Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our CHAP hearing, the Commission for Historic and Agricultural Preservation. I call this meeting to order, let me look at my watch, 1:05 p.m. on this day, August 8th, 2023. Before I begin, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Harry Spikes. I am the chairman of CHAP, and I will start from my left, and everyone can introduce themselves.
Eric Holcomb, Executive Director, CHAP.
Capella Land Commissioner.
Jill Dennis, Commissioner.
Jared Power, Commissioner.
Nicole Battle, Commissioner, representing Affordable Housing Developer.
Myra Mendeleev, Commissioner.
John Bullock, City Council Representative to the Commission.
Peter Morrill, Commissioner.
Catherine Good, Commissioner.
CHAP staff.
Anthony Stewart, CHAP staff.
Stacey Montgomery, CHAP staff.
Eddie Leon, CHAP staff.
Thank you all. The CHAP mission is to enhance and promote the culture and economy of Baltimore through the preservation of buildings, structures, sites, and neighborhoods that have aesthetic, historic, and architectural value. The goals of CHAP include preserving historic architecture and monuments, reclaiming broken neighborhoods, preventing demolition by neglect, and integrating our city's past into its future. I'll now share with you all the housekeeping items. So as you all know, at times it gets packed in the crowd. And we have a lot of people that come who would like to participate and give public testimony. We have an agenda outside that has all of the items that we will be talking about today. There is a sheet. The sheet looks like this. If you wish to speak, please write your name so that we can recognize you. We give people 3 minutes to speak. At 2:30, don't speak all the way till 2:30 p.m. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, I will do this. When I do this, that means you have 30 seconds left. That is the warning. If you have conversation amongst each other, we encourage that you take it outside. We also encourage you to put your phones on vibrate. And if you have conversations on your cell phone, please have those outside as well. If you feel the urge to speak, you have to remember you have to be recognized by me to speak and to come to the podium. Other than that, once again, if you would like to speak, please write on the sheet, okay? At this point, I would like to make a motion to waive the reading of the minutes.
So moved.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Are there corrections or additions to the minutes? Okay. I would like to make a motion to adapt the minutes. Do I have one?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Let's do it. Due process and review procedures. CHAP reviews applications in conjunction with the building permit process of the permit section of the Department of Housing and Community Development. If a building permit application is filed prior to historic design review, the application is placed on hold pending completion of the CHAP review process. The review process is completed by issuing an authorization to proceed. The historic design review process is in addition to other applicable laws and regulations and does not diminish the force of urban renewal plans, buildings codes, zone codes, etc. It is the applicant's responsibility to comply with all applicable laws, regulations, and codes. Proposed projects are reviewed prior to issuing a building permit. Applicants must comply with the Baltimore City Historic Preservation Design Guidelines. In planning and executing their projects, design review considers the proposed work, taking into consideration the historical and architectural character of the structure and the immediate area. Applicants will need to clearly explain how the project complies with the design guidelines. Minor projects. In order to expedite the application process, the Commission has delegated review authority to the Executive Director for cases involving minor work. Minor projects must not significantly change the overall appearance or remove the significant, undamaged historical fabric. Major projects. Major projects may change the overall character, appearance, and integrity of the structure. Substantial building alterations, demolitions, additions, and new constructions are considered major projects and are reviewed at a public hearing. Interested parties should request a pre-development meeting in the planning department to begin the review process. All electronic version of all materials must be submitted to the CHAP staff at least 25 calendar days prior to the public hearing date. If the application is complete, the project shall be scheduled for a public hearing. CHAP hearings. At the public hearing, CHAP staff presents recommendations to the commission regarding the project. Following the staff presentation, the applicant may make a presentation to the commission. Interested parties, including neighborhood associations, have the opportunity to provide public testimony. Following testimony, the commission renders a decision on the application at the public hearing. Persons aggrieved by the decision of the commission may seek judicial and appellate review in accordance with the Baltimore City Code. After an authorization to proceed is issued, the applicant may obtain a building permit. The commission's process is impartial, and staff's comments are evidence that assist the commission in rendering decisions. I would like to ask for a motion to approve the final agenda.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Let us begin. Excuse me, commissioners. Commissioners, is on our first item on the agenda, you see a consent agenda. Are there any changes, any comments anyone would like to make? Okay. Let's move to our regular agenda. Oh, I'm sorry, forgive me, I had to approve it. Forgive me, you all.
I
Forgive me.
would move to approve the consent agenda.
Peter, thank you, Peter.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Can we get a roll call for that?
And maybe, yeah, we have to get a roll call.
Yeah, Battle,
Oh, approve.
Councilman Bullock,
Yes.
Commissioner Dennis,
Aye.
Commissioner Good,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Mendeleo.
Aye.
Commissioner Morrow,
Aye.
and Commissioner Power.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Moving on to our regular agenda. The first item on our regular agenda is 1530 Fleet Street, Fells Point Historic District. Request reconstruction front facade. Applicant H&S Bakery. Staff, Mr. Ed Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. We have for your consideration a request to reconstruct the front facade at 1530 Fleet Street in the Fells Point Historic District. The property in question is a two-story garage structure that had originally been a number of commercial uses throughout its history. It's located roughly in the northwest corner of the historic district. Is the building directly facing onto Fleet Street next to the parking lot here. This is the building in question. It's 2 stories, second-story windows, mostly lost, and a front facade bottom that has been coated in a stucco finish. The site has not been reviewed by the CHAP staff or commission. It was determined to be a non-contributing structure when the Fells Point district was designated. It was determined to be at that time severely deteriorated condition and did not contribute to the historic district. Housing inspectors from the Department of HCD have determined the facade is severely deteriorated and must be taken down or replaced. They have emailed the staff that they have will be working with the owners to address other structural issues that have been brought to their attention by the next door neighbor. So those talks are in progress in order to get them complying with work that's already happened to brace and secure the building from collapse. The property here on the left is mapped out here and determined to have been non-contributing at a time of designation. We have an idea of how the other buildings in the surrounding area did look like at the time around the 1950s, roughly. The applicants propose to remove the severely deteriorated front wall, which is currently braced to prevent it from falling onto the sidewalk. The applicants propose to reconstruct the entire front wall from the ground to the corners with new brick that is similar to the historic brick, altering the openings to have a carriage door entry and a single door entry instead of the existing double wide carriage appearance entry. CHAP applied chapters 1.2.1 general, 1.2.4 brick, 1.9.3 carriage houses, garages, sheds, and outbuildings, and 1.17 alterations and additions of the Baltimore City Historic Preservation Guidelines. The building here, as we see, is heavily coated in a stucco finish. We see here some we see a bracing on the right photo. The walls are severely bowing out and could pose a danger to the public. This is an earlier photograph on the left showing how it appeared before the bracing was added. The current front facade, as it was, wait a minute, this is the, that is the proposed reconstruction of the front facade. They are planning on having windows that are similarly sized to the existing historic front facade. They plan to have a carriage-style doors and a single-door entry into the building. The Fells Point Design Review Committee reviewed and supports the plans for the full front reconstruction of this non-contributing building. The recommendations approve plans to reconstruct the front wall. Staff recommends the applicants consult with the adjoining owner and share any structural engineer reports prior to beginning of the reconstruction. I'm glad to report the ownership representative, the architect, and the next door owner, Ms. Tempera, were just speaking prior to the commencement of this hearing. Thank you, Commissioners.
Eddie, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Eddie? Okay. On our list for 1530 Fleet Street, we have 4 people on the list, but 2 who wish to testify. Before we do that, would the applicant like to come up and speak? When you get to the mic, share your full name.
Yeah.
For the record.
Chris Pavel, architect, MRA Architects. Okay, so this is a non-contributing facade. We do a lot of work for H&S in the neighborhood. Generally, when they ask us to do new things, we try to just be very low-key and just to sort of blend in with part of the fabric and fragments of the surrounding residential neighborhood that sort of entangles that whole little, kernel of activity over there. So this is another project of probably 30 or 40 that we've done for them in the last 25 years, 30 years, that has that same philosophy. So as far as our design goes, it was just designed really, the front wall needs to be rebuilt. There's really no way to kind of pull it back and stabilize it. So in our case, we decided to basically mimic, if you will, what was there in a very subtle way and add some good-looking overhead carriage doors, exposed beam, and some other minor little, outbuilding strategies and traceries that work. So there is another issue that's been going on for a while, which is the relationship of the historic structure next door. Right now, there has been and there is bracing in this building now to sort of make sure that everything doesn't move. And it looks like the bracing may have put some pressure on the adjacent structure in some way, shape, or form that's caused some damage on the inside to that structure, as I understand it, but obviously the homeowner can talk about that more. So when we renovate this building, with architects and engineers, it's going to be completely designed, and whatever needs to happen on the interior to stabilize it, which we're not 100% sure of right now, we will do on this parcel. As far as the sort of long history of some back and forth on and it sounds just more like a lack of communication sort of piece more than anything else. I can't address that. I'm more than happy to hear in more detail from the owner what that, what's going on there. I can say that, we work on old buildings all the time that are in tight sites, and we're always very diligent about how we deal with adjacent structures. So if there is some things happening to this existing building, which is sort of right now almost freestanding, right? Because our structure is sort of deteriorated from the inside out. So the wood joists that were holding up our structure, are starting to pull away, and that's probably giving some undue forces to the existing. And I don't know whether it's a party wall or two independent walls, and that's something we probably need to poke around and figure out. But, it appears that there is some movement on the other wall, which we need to talk about and kind of figure out. Ultimately, I would like to get this facade approved and hopefully work with H&S and the owner to sort of sort out an amicable way to make sure this thing is done once and for all in a way that works. And possibly the opportunity to, if we haven't, to look inside the existing structure to see what's going on. Obviously, if my client is, responsible, they'll fix it, but we just want to make sure that, that is the case, and that's not to say that there is anything false going on here, but we will look for our own eyes. So that's where we are. We're really just trying to in fact, the faster we can build this thing, the faster we can stabilize, and I think the weak link is we need to work with the existing property owner, so. Okay?
Mr. Chris, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Chris? Okay,
Okay?
thank you,
Great.
thank you.
Thank you.
Does the owner want to come up and speak? No? Okay. We have Ms. Deborah. And Deborah, if you could, say your whole name for us.
Yeah.
Thanks.
My name is Deborah Tempera, and I own the property at 1532. As you know, it's a historical designated building by the Parks Interior. The property should have the properties included with the boundaries of the Register Historical District, Certified Historical Structure. As stated by the MPA, pre-construction documentation of the historical structure to prevent damage should be taken at the site and mine by the owners, the contractors, to prevent the physical integrity and protect the physical integrity of my structure. That has not ever occurred, and to this date still has not occurred. As we know, we have a shared wall. At this point, though, by conversation with, and what I just heard, it seems like I'm going to be put on a dispute of whether or not that is a shared wall or not, which will leave me, unless CHAP Commission does their diligent duty of demanding the fact of they prove that they are not going to compromise my building with what they're suggesting. Unfortunately, Mr. Eddie Leon has just stated something.
Watch the mic with your papers.
Unfortunately, Mr. Eddie had stated that the front one was falling to the ground. It is not. I have documentation. They have not proved any structural engineering drawings that this front wall is moving. It is bowing now because of the recent bracing they did. It is not because it happened before. I have questions with the front. There's no detail. It doesn't say how long this front facade is going to be. Legally, it's 19 feet and 6 inches. This current one, because it is past the side wall, is 22.6. You have not addressed any of these details, which I think is important because I have a feeling the west side wall is our problem and not the front. So I agree with the Band-Aid situation. There has been no question about drainage. Right now, all that roof pitches to, and this is the way the drainage is on that building. It's not addressed. We're not talking about drainage in this architectural thing. So we have the size, we have the drainage. These are questions, I think the detail is lacking on CHAP staff of asking some of these questions. Perhaps you didn't know that this is the way the waterworks does, and even with the new bracing, that is the way the building has drained since the 1980s. Oh, gosh. I am not going to get into the back wall at all, and because it is said that Eddie Leon and the code enforcement is going to do. I have a feeling that they say they care about historical structures, but this is life on that block. And if they cared so much about historical structures, I don't think things like this would continuously also be going on, which does affect movement. H&S had been working in that property prior to the bracing. They worked in that property even after the bracing was on there until I started to question this whole project. Thank you very much. Can I say one thing? Not say, I just want to present. There are many people on this CHAP commission board that does not know me. Okay, I understand.
Okay. No, you're welcome. You're welcome. I said you're welcome.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, you're welcome, yeah. All right. Eddie, by all means.
Yes. We are looking only at the conceptual plans of the front wall reconstruction. When the applicants go through the permitting system, we will get a copy of full architectural renderings with measurements and all the details as prescribed by law as required. And architects and engineers in plans examining will look at those as well. So that issue will be resolved in the next phase if approved.
Okay, thank you, Eddie. Do not want to mess up the last name, but I will say the first name. Tom, would you? You'll pass? Okay, all right. You're welcome. Eddie, could you go back? Oh, you already have it on our recommendation page. Commissioners, I want to give us now the opportunity to have a discussion amongst one another. You see the recommendation on the page. Are there any commissioners right now that'd like to have a conversation regarding this? Yes.
So I absolutely understand the neighbors' concerns. We've, seen photos of the structure, and I am glad to hear that an architect is on board and is looking towards coordinating with the neighbor. I do just want to say I'm concerned about the fact that they're only looking at addressing the front wall right now, and we know that there are issues with the remainder of the building. That said, we really only can, if I understand correctly, Eric, we can really only review what's put in for the application. So, just to encourage the ownership to really look at the rest of the building, because if you're redoing the front wall, then it's all great, but the other walls in the remaining structure, it is really just a Band-Aid, and structurally, you're still gonna have issues even with your own building, which you wanna keep. So that would definitely be a concern. As Eddie stated, would definitely like to see some more details in the next round about how that new facade is gonna be interacting at the neighboring property. But other than that, I don't have an issue with the conceptual design of the facade, but am definitely concerned about the remainder of the building and then how the reconstruction is going to interact with the neighbor's building.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Okay, let us move forward. The recommendation: approved plans to reconstruct the front wall. Staff recommends that the application consult with the adjoining owner and share any structural engineer's reports prior to beginning the reconstruction. Do I have someone who would like to put that recommendation and a motion forward?
So I maybe this is still discussion. I would recommend that we edit the motion a little bit to explicitly state that details about how the new facade will interact with the existing historic building be submitted to CHAP staff.
We should have a conversation with the commission, see how, if there's a consensus.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
All right.
I'm asking. Does anyone else have any opinion on that? You guys are quiet today. Too much lunch?
Any-
I agree. I mean, I think, maybe just even additional to say that, final drawings with details to be submitted to CHAP staff prior to providing NTP. I mean, you need NTP for a permit, right?
That's
So-
correct.
so-
And we also sign off on the permit, that they can't
Yeah.
get issued their permit until we
So-
sign off on that permit set.
And I think there should just be an understanding that the drawings should, the applicant and their architect should meet with the owner, neighboring owner, to just make sure there's a clarity there on how things are going to be administered, I guess, between the two properties. But again, at the end of the day, you know, there needs to be an NTP, so until staff signs off and there's a comfort level between the two parties, then until that time, no NTP until that's accomplished. That's not a motion, that's just my
Right,
thought.
That's just a thought, right.
Uh,
It's still up for discussion. Any,
And other, I guess, question, Eddie, do we need to put, I know that you're already working with DHCD with code enforcement. Is that sufficient, or do we need to put that into a motion that process continues to happen, or
That's my
no?
law is going to happen.
Okay, all right. So if everyone's okay, then I'll form the motion. Okay.
all right.
So, my motion would be to, agree with staff's recommendation, and additional that the details, regarding the new facade and how it interacts with the neighbor's property are submitted to CHAP staff for review.
One more time, please.
Agree with staff's recommendation, and then add that the details of the reconstructed facade and how it interacts with the adjacent property are submitted to CHAP staff for review. Did I say that right?
So when you, details of reconstructed facade and how they react with.
Interact with
Interact
the adjacent property
with adjacent property, okay.
are submitted to CHAP staff for review.
Okay,
All right.
all right.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess for our purview, could we add something about the demolition? Because I think it's the demolition that would have the most impact on this property, right?
How about if we have something
Yeah.
like, prior to demolition, the applicant and owner meet with the adjacent property owner to discuss a demolition plan.
Plan. Yes, I agree.
Okay.
Since
That-
it's
Can
my
somebody
motion.
repeat
that? So that was a lot. So we have number one, staff recommendation, but two,
Let
Eric.
Eric finished scribbling his note.
Right. We'll wait for Eric to do the final. Go ahead, Eric.
I thought I heard. So prior to demolition, architect and applicant will meet with the owner to share their demolition plan
Yeah.
and the details of the reconstructed facade, and share with staff the details of the reconstructed facade and how they interact with adjacent property, and submit to CHAP staff for review.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
So you started it. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstain? The ayes have it. We have to do a roll call.
That's, Commissioner Battle.
Yes.
Councilman Bullock.
Yes.
Commissioner Dennis.
Yes.
Commissioner Good.
Yes.
Commissioner Liam.
Yes.
Commissioner Mandaleo.
Yes.
Commissioner Morrow,
Yes?
Commissioner Power.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, commissioners. I'm not going to hit the gavel, but once again, if you have any conversation you need to take on your phone, take it outside. On to the next part of our agenda. 108 West Hill Street, Otabine Historic District. Please forgive me if I pronounced that wrong. Request concept review, new edition, applicant Mark Sutherland, staff Eddie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. We have for a concept review for a new addition at 108 West Hill Street in the Otterbein Historic District. Mark Sutherland's the owner. Architects are Ryan McCloskey and Evan Weibel. The site is here toward the southern end of the Otterbein Historic District. It is new construction infill. The structure is an end of unit before a minor parking mini park that's located here between a historic church. The addition will be located here within connecting the existing front house with the rear carriage house. These were built in the 1980s. My apologies, the remote seems to be dying. Can you forward? Yeah, thank you. The photos here show the site. Top middle is the end of row unit, is a 4-story row home and has a 3-story newly constructed carriage house in the back. The photo on the right shows the same unit with the space between the carriage house and the main house. The next slide, please. In this view, we have looking from the south, looking north. We see the park to the left. We see a parking lot in the back, an alley street, and the carriage house in the back. The applicants are proposing to put the addition between the two buildings and remove the roof of the carriage house. Next slide, please. Here, looking from the north, looking south, we see the 3-story carriage house. The roof of the carriage house will be removed and a flat deck will be installed in this location. The chimney tower that is part of the main house, that shape and form will be retained, and then an elevator will be installed in there. So there'll be no physical change to that, but the overall new addition connector will be to the left, abutting the next door neighbor. Next slide, please. The 4-story building and rear 3-story carriage house were constructed as infill properties in the 1980s. There's no record of any staff or commission review since the construction. The applicants are requesting construct a 4-story addition connecting the main house and the carriage house. The connector will have windows that face the church and courtyard space to the west, and have a blank wall on the east, and will have a flat roof. The addition will be inset from the west property line. The applicants also plan to remove the gable roof of the carriage house and create a roof deck over the existing 3rd story. The roof deck will preserve the parapet edge and have an inset clear glass railing. Next slide, please. Here we see the west elevation with the infill, as would be seen from the small parklet. It will be sheathed in a hardy panel, and the windows are similarly sized to that of the main house, which is a narrow profile, and the fenestration is appropriate for the style. We also see with the removal of the roof of the carriage house, we see the clear glass railing of the proposed new deck. Next slide, please. Rear view showing to the left the mass of the small addition, and as well as the retention of the brick form of the roof, and parapet edge, and installation of a glass railing from the upper deck. That'll be located here. Next slide, please. clear view of the proposal with the window fenestration, the rooftop deck. Next slide, please. And finally, as seen from the parking lot area, it will have a very minimal impact on this section of the historic district. Next slide, please. CHAP staff applied Chapter 2.1 Guiding Principles in New Design, 2.2 Site Design, and 2.3 Scale and Form of Building. These are sections of the new construction guidelines, as this building was not considered, is not a contributing historic property to the district. Next slide, please. The Community Association ARC was provided the plans, support the plans as designed. The Otterbein HOA also approves the proposal. Staff believes the addition meets the guidelines for height, massing, and scale. The removal of the roof of a non-historic carriage house on a rooftop deck will cause no adverse effect on the character of the historic district. Recommendation, approve height, massing, and scale of the addition, approve removal of the carriage house roof and construction of the rooftop deck. Return to staff for review of final details. Thank you, Commissioners.
Eddie, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Eddie?
I have one,
Yes.
Eddie. Could you go back to the photo, like the second slide of photos that's kind of from the back and shows, yeah, that
Okay.
one, perfect.
Yes.
Either you or Eric, someone mentioned in our briefing session that the kind of, that area has a HOA.
The
that-
entire Otterbein area.
The entire, so that includes the building next door and everything
Yes.
there. It's not just like that little
No,
development
it's all of
area.
it.
Okay, and then you guys said, so they're okay with that.
Correct.
They got through it, so there was input from the adjacent neighbors.
Oh, yes.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Okay, any other commissioners? Okay, Eddie, thank you.
Thank you.
Eddie's the architect here?
Yes.
And please feel free to give your full name for the record.
Hello, my name is Ryan McCloskey. I'm with East Wing Architects, representing the owners. Danielle Sutherland is here. Her husband, Mark, was unable to join. But just quick rundown, similar to what Eddie told you, we have an existing home from the 1980s. There's a 4-story main house with a 3-story carriage house behind it. We're looking to connect the two. There's currently a deck that connects the two, and the footprint of the addition is based off the existing deck. We just plan to extrude it upward to create livable space between both the front and the rear portions of the existing home. Like Eddie said, we've worked through all the plans with the HOAs. We've talked to both Harbor Walk and Otterbein HOAs, so everybody in the neighborhood is aware. Letters have been sent to all the adjoining houses, or to the one adjoining house, and the rest of the homes that back up to that parking lot, so that everybody knows what's going on and has seen our proposal. So if anyone has any questions, I'd love to answer them. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the architect? Thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
The owner, please, by all means, would you like to come up? You're fine? Okay. So on our list, we have 3 people, but only 2 would like to testify. The first person has already spoken. We have, is Ryan here? Oh, it was you, I'm sorry, Evan, I meant to say Evan, forgive me, you good? I'm good. Okay, all right. Well, we are at the recommendation page. Before we put any motion on the floor, commissioners, is there any conversation you'd like to have? Okay, the recommendation is to approve height, mass, and scale of the addition, approve removal of carriage house roof and construction of rooftop deck, return to staff for review of final details. The motion is on the floor.
I'd move to accept staff recommendation.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All abstain? Should have said all opposed first. All opposed?
We have a roll call.
Yes, sir, we may.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Morrill and seconded by Commissioner Leon. And we will figure out how everybody voted. Commissioner Battle.
Approve.
Councilman Bullock.
Yes.
Commissioner Dennis.
Yes.
Commissioner Good.
Yes.
Commissioner Leon.
Yes.
Commissioner Mandaleev. Commissioner Morrill.
Yep.
Commissioner Power.
Yes.
And the yes have it.
Yes, have it. Okay, so moved. Next on our agenda, Broadway Plaza Fells Point Historic District requests final concept review. The applicant, Baltimore City Public Markets Commission. Staff once again is Eddie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. We have the final concept review, construct a meadow enclosure and outdoor seating area in the rear of the Broadway Market. It would be called Broadway Plaza. Is located on South Broadway in Fells Point. Evan Wyval, East Wing Architects is the architect. Petitioner, Baltimore Public Markets Corporation. Next slide, please. As you know, the existing parking lot has been infilled at this moment and is temporarily blocked for somewhat pedestrian use. The plan is to rehabilitate this entire space and construct an enclosed park area that is open during the daytime and closed in the evening. Next slide, please. The parking lot site was reviewed by a CHAP commission in December 13, 2022 hearing. The commission passed the following motion: disapprove proposal as is with the recommendation of coming back with different proposals. At the February 2023 commission hearing, the commission passed a motion: approve concept C with conditions, reconsider lighting on fence posts, consider keeping historic lighting, conduct phase 1 archaeological study, final details to return to the commission. The applicants proposed converting the former parking area into an enclosed park space with trees and outdoor seating. Following the commission motion, the applicants submitted 2 new plans for review, options A and B. The applicants then melded the 2 previous proposals into one called option C. Next. CHAP staff reviewed this under Chapter 4, Design Guidelines of Historic Landscapes, 4.2 Landscape Features, 4.1.2 Public Parks, 4.2.1 Site, 4.2.2 Views, 4.2.4 Fences, Walls, and Gates, 4.2.5 Sidewalks and Walkways, 4.2.8 Trees and Other Plantings, 4.29 Lighting, and 5.1 Archaeological Features Excavations. Next slide, please. The applicants have provided the final drawings based upon the option C, which was the preference of the CHAP Commission at the last hearing. Next slide, please. This is an interior view inside showing some of the structure that will be abutting the Broadway Market building on the south side. Next slide, please. Side views of the fencing. The fencing will be retractable during the daytime and locked up to enclose the space in the evening time. Next slide, please. Concept view of the entryway to the Broadway Plaza. It will have all new paving on the outside and inside, making it also ADA accessible. Nighttime lighting within the plaza will allow for safety and the retention of the historically designed lights that were installed a few years ago by DOT will be incorporated into the overall design. Next slide, please. Here's an interior view of the plaza and this table seating during the daytime. This will be open and available for any events or also for regular pedestrian use, and in the evening when it's closed off, the interior will be lit for safety. Next slide, please. Side view from the southwest corner showing the plaza in its intended use during daylight hours with some gardening and plants and new trees inserted within it. Next slide. And in the evening, how it will be lit from the interior, so for safety and security. Next slide, please. All right. Community Association is provided with the plans and have not made any formal comments. They did previously support the plans. Recommendation, staff recommends final approval, concept approval of the park improvements. Thank you.
Eddie, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Eddie?
I have one.
Yes, ma'am.
So one of the conditions from the previous approval was about the archaeology?
Yes, the applicants have been working with my coworker Lauren Shizik on pursuing that and getting the right people involved in conducting the archaeological phase work.
Okay, thank you.
Any other commissioners? Yes, Garrett.
Eddie, is any consideration be given as to when the lights turn off? I guess they'll respond to the weather, so that daylight saving will be.
That would be, I guess, up to the operations of the market, but I'm sure they will consider that.
Dusk is the
Yeah,
transition time.
yeah.
Thank you, Garrett. Anyone else? Eddie is the architect here.
Yes.
Okay. And Evan, if you could give your full name.
Evan Wyville, East Wing Architects. I want to thank you all for coming on this journey with us. I know you guys are very familiar with this project at this point. I think I'd like to say the current design, I think, speaks for itself in the sense that we've been, I think, pretty diligent about incorporating, I think, all of your comments as far as we've removed any of the lighting on the structure itself. We've maintained the historic lighting. We are pursuing the archaeological survey. I think the entire structure is a lot more subdued and in keeping with the fabric of the street and the scale of the street, as well as sort of letting the historic building be sort of the foreground, and we're sort of taking a background approach to that. As far as landscaping, we are working with Flora Teeter. They put together the concept. They helped us with the concept. I believe they also have some initial spec for you guys as far as hardscape and some of the vegetation and plantings. And then they're currently working on their final drawings as well. But as far as concept is concerned, I believe this is fairly thorough. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Yes.
First of all, thank you. This looks a lot better from I've been on this journey, so that I appreciate everything, all the efforts that have gone into this. I just had one small question. If you can refresh my memory, I think I remember in the previous plan there were supposed to be vines along the perimeter fencing. Did that I know there might have been an issue with the sliding gates. Is something that just got removed?
The landscape architects called those growies, which was a fun term to learn. But I think it is possible with the sliding gates because they'll be on the exterior, and there's enough of a pocket beyond that. That's something we're sort of exploring with Flora Teeter as they start to develop their drawings.
Yeah, it's just a nice thing to soften it a
I
little
agree.
bit, but it's already improved a lot from where it was, so thank you.
Yes, go ahead. Go right ahead.
I agree. It's definitely gone a long way. I did have a question on the historic light. The area along where the historic lighting is that site condition being redone, improved?
As far as the paving?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're keeping essentially a portion of the sidewalk that exists, and that really extends to the edge of the foundation of the streetlights as it is. So we're going to extend that a lot wider. So I believe the clear between the light post and the new enclosure itself is over 4 feet, and the total width of the sidewalk is about 6 foot 6 inches.
I was just wondering because if you're redoing that section, that portion of area where there's a strip of lighting, right now the lighting kind of just because it's historically just been there, and where you have your openings kind of fall right where a light is, and is there any way to kind of think about how that adjustment can happen if all the lighting can shift to where it's at a fixed panel? I don't think your panels can't really move very much without disrupting the entire design.
Right.
So if you're redoing that portion of work in the ground, and you'll be exposing the base condition of that lighting, can that shift and start to realign to where it's a little bit more that it's conducive that you will have an actual clear area in front of the opening, and then your lighting can line up with the fixed panel. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so we actually did the opposite, whereas when the gate is open, you have a little bit more wiggle room around that light post where it encroaches on the clear width of the sidewalk, which was somewhat serendipitous, but that was sort of a
So you
way
actually
to...
have moved the lighting?
No, the light, that's where the lights are.
Okay.
It sort of
So
all
it was an
fell into
accident.
place.
Is it
Happy
accident?
accident, yeah.
Okay. What is that distance between the light and the fence anyways, in general?
It's a little over 4 feet, 4.5. It's under 5, between 4.5 and 5 feet. And then the total width from curb to enclosure is about 6'6", 6'8".
Okay. I mean, that would be my comment. I wish that there could be some better alignment there. And then, I mean, neither here nor there, I guess, at this point, but, way to avoid that just completely would be continue the effort of the curb line. that was originally intended to hope to be done in the next phase
What's that?
of removing the cars and having the curb line continue. But unfortunately, it sounds like this is what it is, so it is what it is. But it would be nice to have some kind of alignment there. Maybe the only last moment or comment was that there was and this is an existing condition, I remember, that there was like a kind of a rogue light. There was one missing and then one was kind of in a
Yeah,
weird
yeah.
place. Is there any effort to make that symmetrical?
Not on this set of drawings, no. I mean, I'm certainly open to that. Yeah, you're right, that's on
On the right side, there's
Yeah.
one that's missing,
Yeah.
but then
On the east
one is
side.
there's
Yep.
two kind of close to each other on the right.
Yep.
I only say that because I think it's always been that way. I understand that, but if it was reconfigured a little bit, it would allow for better access across the sidewalk, and and it would solidify the symmetry of that site.
I agree completely. I would say our design approach was to leave that as is and focus within that, but I think that's a great suggestion. Yeah.
That's all I got.
Just to follow up on Kapaz's comments there, I really do think it's a huge missed opportunity to not widen these sidewalks, and we're giving up a really great public market experience to store 10 automobiles. I'm glad that we actually get some sidewalks, whereas before we don't have any, but I really do think that's a missed opportunity. Still don't love the fence, but like the other commissioner said, I think it's a big improvement over where we started. So I would just like to say, if there's any way to remove those 10 parking spaces to get a real public plaza in this, I still think that would be a really worthwhile venture.
Will you need to enter into a developer's agreement for this work?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think, just for my fellow commissioners, if they do in fact modify the parking as well as the lights, that may trigger a developer's agreement.
We're currently not proposing to do either.
Okay.
This isn't a question for you, but having experienced this neighborhood many occasions, while perhaps it would be nice to have wider sidewalks, we do live in a car-centric culture, and we need the space to be inhabited and viable as a retail space, and that area is always crazy for parking. So while I get the whole balance of, have a better market experience, they are providing a much better plan with a lot of open space here for people to move in and out. I agree, it's much more transparent. So if we have to have a fence, which it seems like we do, I think they've done a really great job of bringing the design along. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Evan? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next on our list, we have Jenny. Jenny, forgive me, I can't pronounce your last name. Gotcha.
Wrote it in a way that you'd have to guess.
Okay.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jenny Lawhorn. I'm here for Fells Point Main Street. I also, for the interest of transparency, own commercial property at 1634 Alisana Street. So I'm going to represent Fells Point Main Street, and I'm going to share as a neighbor. I am very grateful for all of your feedback. I do believe that a compromise was found that's in the best interest of the community long-term. To speak to Commissioner Good's point, it is important to the economic viability of the neighborhood and the independent vendors of the market that there be parking available to pick up, drop off, ride share, dashing. The seasonality of that market is incredibly important, and we need for those new economic drivers to be available to the success of that market. Additionally, I ask that we please move this project forward as fast as possible. The delays last year left the market unsecured for the warm weather seasons this year, and there have been a great number of security concerns. I've shared statistics that speak to that from our previous police major as we've been recently redistricted. We need that site secured as fast as possible. It's currently being secured by temporary pedestrian barricades that are not doing the historic character of the community any favors, and they're a great hindrance to ADA accessibility. Additionally, as someone that has lived through this market being renovated more than once, both as a restaurant operator and as a resident, it would be in the best interest of everyone in the community if we could move this forward in the non-prime months so that the vendors are able to have this realized to their success in the next warm weather season, if at all possible. But they've endured an incredible amount of economic downturn due to COVID and due to the extended redevelopment of the corridor, and they really deserve to have this realized as fast as possible, please. So thank you all.
Thank you. That ends our public testimony. Eddie, you want to say anything?
Just want to add that the area is also, if I'm not mistaken, under a PUD agreement that has certain requirements for parking and other things included.
Eddie, you said PUD?
PUD, a planned unit development.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Thank you, Eddie. Commissioners, before we make a decision, the recommendation you see, staff recommends final concept approval of park improvements. Do we need any additional conversations? Yes, ma'am.
Question. So just on the archaeology comment, I know they have it in process from our previous meeting. I assume that just kind of carries through, or do we need to add on to the recommendation that that process needs to continue?
I don't think we need to add it on.
Okay, that was my question.
Any other commissioners? Any additions to the recommendation that we need to put in? Okay, the recommendation, staff recommends final concept approval of park improvements. The motion's on the floor. Who would like to move it?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Nicole, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Roll call.
Commissioner Battle.
I second it.
Councilman Bullock. Yes. Commissioner Dennis.
Yes.
Commissioner Good.
Yes.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Mandely.
Yes.
Commissioner Morrow.
Yes.
Commissioner Power.
Yes.
Thank you.
The ayes have it. Thank you, commissioners.
Commissioners, if I could change topic for 1 second.
Yes.
While I remember it. I emailed everyone on the commission some plans for the Mount Washington School landscape plans. If there's any comments, please let them get back to me. Thank
Will do. Next on our list is, hold on 1 second. (1000) Fells Street, Fells Point Historic District. The request is replacement windows, new material review. The applicant is James. James, I'm not going to pronounce your name wrong, but the staff is Eddie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. We have next 1000 Fells Street in the Fells Point Historic District. Request is to replace non-historic windows with new composite windows. Petitioner is Mr. James Gottlieb. Next slide, please. The site is located here at the end of Fells Street in a former warehouse building. The warehouse building was constructed at the turn of the century, and subsequently, in 1984, was undergoing renovation work when a tragic fire occurred and gutted the building, and therefore any of the historic windows no longer exist. Next slide, please. The site was redeveloped in the following year. A new central courtyard was incorporated into the design. The walls were rehabilitated, and condominium units were created as a result. Next slide, please. The site has not been reviewed by either CHAP staff or the commission since the creation of the Historic District in 2007. CHAP applied Chapter 1.5 Alternative Materials and 1.7.3 Window Replacement of the Baltimore City Historic Preservation Guidelines. Next slide, please. The site is a waterfront property. It has three principal large facades facing out to the public right-of-way, either water or to the street on Fell Street. When it was reconstructed, a new top 7-story penthouse was created. As you see in this slide here, there's an interior courtyard allowing for additional fenestration and windows for the units. Next slide, please. This view from the southwest looking up to the northeast, we see the other angle. The building is abutting another structure to the immediate north. Next slide, please. It is also part of the waterfront promenade, a public right-of-way that encircles the entire waterfront of the Baltimore Harbor. There's a principal drop-off for vehicles, pedestrians at the southern end, but also, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, has a garage component underneath. Next slide, please. The applicants propose to move 40 to 50 severely deteriorated metal windows that were installed 35 years ago in the upper floors of the building. The original manufacturer has gone out of business, spare parts are not available, and efforts to repair the windows have been unsuccessful. The applicants propose to replace the windows with a vinyl and fiberglass composite window product that will replicate the style and profiles of the existing metal windows to fit the proportions, measurements, details, and color of the openings. The new windows are intended to match the rest of the extant windows. Next slide, please. Here we have the front facade of the southernmost elevation. We see how the structure appears now. Next slide. Some details of the window openings. These are included in your packet in more detail, showing the windows from the interior. They have been measured. There are full plans for all the proposed various designs. Next slide, please. And some detailed information on the product itself, which is before you on the table for your review of the new non-historic proposed material, vinyl window. Next slide, please. The Fells Point Review Committee reviewed the proposal and supports the proposed new window material. The committee notes that the window product in its literature appeared to be a high-performance window that matches the existing window profile and operation. Recommendation: approve replacement of the deteriorated non-historic windows with a vinyl and fiberglass window product as shown. Thank you.
Eddie, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Eddie? Yes, Kathy.
Eddie, one question. I was looking at the meeting minutes provided by the Fells Point Design Review Committee. They make a note that there's a rear facade on the address that's failing and being rebuilt, and they didn't think it had been through CHAP. Are you looking at that separately?
I'm not aware of any work.
Okay. I just
on.
noticed it in there. Maybe just double check that. I know that's not specific to this application, but I just wanted to point it
Will
out.
do. I mean, these applicants have been very easy to work with.
Okay.
My question is, I assume there are issues with the current windows, which is why they're seeking replacement.
Correct.
Is it condition? Are they leaking? I mean, what's kind of the impetus
I
for
think
why they need to be
the applicants are here and
replaced?
can testify it's all the above.
Okay.
Some windows do not open, some do not close. The metal, after 35 years in exposure to salt, the harbor water, is not done very well. Parts have broken, and so therefore the windows may not be operational in some cases.
Okay, thank you.
Eddie, thank you. Any other questions for Eddie? Eddie, thank you. Eddie's the architect here.
No, but the applicants are.
The applicant, okay. By all means, please. Give your full name for the record.
James Gottlieb. I'm a resident, and I'm on the board of directors, and I've had the privilege and burden of taking on this project for the building. A short answer to your question is that the windows were installed 35 plus years ago. Some windows remain in good condition. Many windows are in varying degrees of deterioration. In some cases, they can't be opened. As Eddie said, in some cases, they can barely be closed. In some cases, they can be patched with caulking. In other cases, the hinge has broken, so you lock it in place and don't open the window. The windows have been very good, but they're 35 years old. The manufacturer's gone out of business, there are no parts, and personally, I've brought in someone to try to create a hinge that broke, and he could not do that. So we started this project a few years ago, had a couple of attempts, and here we are. The material that's been proposed is strong, durable, weather-resistant, energy efficient, and comes with a wide choice of colors. We'll do our best to match the window color, the window frame color exactly. The measurements are clear. They'll be measured opening by opening before we start the production project. And the manufacturer is outside of Pittsburgh, so it's local. It's been around for 30 plus years, so it seems like a really good choice.
Any questions for, yes, Peter?
So in the submittal, I saw the products for the turn and tilt window and the fixed window. I didn't see it for the double hung sash. So I looked at the manufacturer. Were you guys looking at the System 700 slider windows? Is that what's proposed for the double hungs?
For the double hungs, we'll be replacing them with tilt-turn, smaller casement windows.
Okay.
But they will have a bar across the window to replicate the look of the double hung when you're looking at it from the outside.
I see. Is there a reason you chose not to do the double hung sash?
The manufacturer doesn't make those.
So I just went on and found the Rehow 700 slider windows. They can do single or double hung.
From that manufacturer?
Mm-hmm. I was just curious because the submission, the architect drawings said in Windows design, we've got the tilt turn, fixed, and then double hung. So it's just, or a single hung, I'm afraid. I'm just trying to sort that out.
There are other advantages to the tilt-turn casement windows from an energy efficiency perspective and other things as well.
I guess I'm wondering why the architects spec single hung if you're not doing them.
Because they're there today. Those are windows that are there today and will remain there unless the owner chooses to replace them, in which case they'll get a tilt-turn opening casement with a crossbar where the hung portion of the window would go. I'm not sure what the technical term is.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
For our public comment, we don't have anyone else for public comment. So I will bring the conversation to the floor with the commissioners. Commissioners, we have our recommendation from the staff. Before we make a motion, is there any conversation you all would like to have? Yes, Karen.
So, a couple things, or several, I guess. One, I do want to note that the elevations that were submitted, the windows that are called out are Graham, which is a very good window, but that's not the product that was submitted for us to review. So to Peter's point, you know, the windows that are called out in the drawings aren't actually what was submitted to us.
If I can address that, this has been a long-term project that started out with the intent of going for, you know, those type of windows. But as time progressed and the availability of windows that fit the budget proposals and the budget of the property owners, they then switched up to this, but the intent is to replicate as close as possible the existing look of what is there.
Okay, thank you, Eddie. I would definitely have a concern, like Peter said, about if it's a single hung, being a single hung, because the sight lines of two casements is different, no matter how closely you try to replicate it to a single hung, it's not going to look exactly the same. And I get budget concerns, but on the other hand, my concern would be, this is really, as much as you want to call it a composite window, it is 90% vinyl. In the product literature that was given to us, it calls it a vinyl window. And I would be just as concerned about the longevity of this type of material in that environment, because vinyl windows don't have a great reputation. And, you know, typically it's not a material that we approve for historic districts. That said, the windows that are there are contemporary aluminum or steel, so, you know, we're not replacing historic fabric with vinyl, but I think we do need to be very careful as a commission, if we move forward with approving this material, that we be very careful about how we word the approval, so as we don't set a precedent for approving vinyl windows on the whole. This is a unique situation that we have a historic building with non-historic windows. So I think that's most of my comments. I am concerned about the material in, you know, setting a precedent, even though it's replacing a contemporary material.
Eddie, I was just gonna ask, those little notebooks that Peter had in his hand, those just colors, right?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. All right, make sure. I got you. Go right ahead.
I had a question for our architect, commissioners who are architects. What material would be the best, given its proximity to the water?
That's a hard question. I think this kind of harsh environment, it can, in a sense, be a no-win situation. No matter what material you have, it's going to deteriorate quicker. And maintenance is always a key item, and it's a large building and it's a tall building, so that can be a difficult thing to do. And so the idea about having something that they can maintain over the course, I think would be a better option, which isn't usually a vinyl window. You know, metal or wood, you can repair a single window and, you know, put it back in, but vinyl, you pretty much have to wholesale replace. Kapow, what are your thoughts?
I think in what my experience would be that to find a balance would be it could be like a PVC composite that has a look of a historic, or it could be a contemporary window, or it can have a look of a wood window, and then has in a historic district, but it would be has a longevity that's longer than maybe vinyl, in my opinion. But you know, I mean, if you want to go all the way to, like, you know, trying to be historically accurate, be a wood window, but as everybody's talking about that, you know, those could deteriorate very quickly in this kind of climate. So that's why I would you can go to like a kind of a composite that has a visualization of wood, or, you know, and they are more expensive.
Well, of course, most of the time, a higher quality, longer lasting building material is going to be expensive. So, you know, the owner has done their research and considerations of material versus cost, and I'm sure that they have thought about the longevity and the timeline for when they're going to have to replace them again, because unfortunately, especially with the vinyl, you're going to have to replace it again in X number of years, and they can plan ahead for that now. So, you know, that kind of consideration they've gone through clearly, because initially the drawings were Graham, and we've now stepped down to this kind of window. And so I know Graham windows can be pricey, but they are an extremely good product. So, you know, they've done their due diligence, and this is what they've brought as a balance of budget versus materiality. Yeah.
Eddie, I was going to ask you, so with the recommendation that you have here, we would be in a very, very different place if the windows were historic along with the building, am I correct?
Correct. If there were
Gotcha.
any historic,
Right.
windows in place, that wouldn't even allow the discussion of vinyl.
Understood, understood.
And also, we don't have, a couple of photos were provided for the fire and sorry, I hate talking and you're like behind me. To your knowledge, or I guess maybe a question for the owner, there aren't photos that you know of from before the fire.
I could not find them.
Okay, so we don't have any idea. I mean, they would have been wood just because of the period of time, but we don't have any idea as far as layout and everything like that. So that's why we have to look at the windows that are there now.
It was a tobacco warehouse, so it wasn't.
It was probably.
That's.
One thing I read.
Oh, come on, let me recognize you. Come on up, come on up, come on up.
The one thing I read about the openings was that because of its use, they were left open. So there probably weren't windows, at least in parts of the warehouse at the time it was in the CHAP evaluation of the historic nature of the building itself. There was a description which indicated that.
Interesting, thank you.
Thanks.
Ironically, the person who wrote up the article about the fires here, Ed Gunts. Ed?
He's too busy playing farm on his
I
phone.
referenced an article that you wrote in 1984 about the fire at Henderson's Wharf.
I wasn't born then.
I was gonna say, I have a hard
Strike
enough
that from
time
the record.
remembering what I ate for breakfast, let alone 1984.
Gotcha. Well, Eddie, thank you for sharing that. What we'll do, oh, go ahead, Peter.
I'm not particularly opposed to the submission. My only comment would be that double hung windows need to get replaced with double hung windows, the
Gotcha.
casements with casements, and the fixed windows with fixed windows.
Can, right with that point right there, commissioners, maybe have a conversation about that, because if that's something we can include in the recommendation, we can, but I want to see this because a consensus.
I absolutely 100% agree with
Okay.
Peter's statement there that especially if it's available from the manufacturer, which your brief internet foray, it seems available. If it's not available, if there's a comparable product or something for those windows, I think that could be submitted to CHAP staff for review.
Gotcha.
And then I think I would just say that I think we need to add some wording to the motion to clarify the situation if we're moving with approval as to why we're approving it in this specific instance so that it doesn't set an overall precedent for the approval of vinyl windows.
I think just from me reviewing after the question I asked Eddie, in comparison to before and after what's currently there, it appears to me, unless I'm wrong, commissioners, that the recommendation itself gives us an opportunity to be able to say, hey, put X type of windows in there without setting a precedent, because the windows themselves that were in there were non-historic. Am I correct, Eddie?
Correct.
Okay. But to your point, Peter, I want to still go around the table and see if there's a consensus for the double hung.
Double or
Yeah,
single hung.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The new windows should match the functionality
Gotcha.
of the existing
Fine.
windows.
Got it. Anybody else feel the same way? Go ahead.
Oh, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So how many double hung windows have to be replaced, or
It
how
looks
many are
like
we
the top
proposing?
floor is about all double hungs.
Yep.
Come up. Hold on. Excuse me, commissioners. And please give us your full name and identify who you are.
I'm John Mokas. I come from Greece. I used to work with this type of windows, tilt and turn, my whole life. More than 40 years. Last 10 years, I'm working in projects from Florida to Canada. Most of them are in New York City, downtown Brooklyn, historic district. You have to be specific with the windows, that they are all tilt and turn, that type of windows with this type of hardware mechanisms, and which is coming from Germany. We're talking about German engineering. We're talking about when you lock the windows, they really seal. They don't have you don't have any leaks, any drafts, and you're gonna be happy. If you go downtown in Brooklyn right now, you're gonna see all the remodelings. They remove all the double hung and they replace them from simulated tilt and turn double hung windows. And they are not always wooden. They need a lot of maintenance. They need a lot of take care. The UPVC that you have in your table right now is reinforced with fiberglass, which is more durable than steel. It never get damaged. You don't need any maintenance. The only maintenance you have to add is at the hardware, the metal parts to the pin and the keeper. When you lock the hardware, you have to lubricate them einmal im Jahr, they say in Germany, once a year maintenance, just the hardware. You're not gonna replace the window, you're not gonna replace the sash, you're not gonna replace anything. If the glass is broken, you can literally in 5 minutes replace the glass. It's so simple, it's so steady. We have projects in Fairfield Beach, Connecticut, waterfront. The owner shoot us an email after the storm, and he said, John, the house is shaking like it's in a car wash, and I have no leaks and no drafts, and I thank you. Thank you very much, commissioners.
Thank you.
Your name, please.
My name is John. In Greek is Ioannis, M-O-K-A-S. I'm the supplier, I'm this, and the installer also.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you very
appreciate
much.
your expertise. The only one thing we have going on here, we've got expertise here at the table as well. So with that being said, I want to make sure that with the window conversation,
I counted, Nicole just tried to really fast. It's around 100 double hungs if they're all
Thank you.
replaced. Which I think it's only as they're getting replaced. It's not all of them at once.
hold on, you had to be recognized. Come forward.
One more comment. It's not the slider system, it's the Geneo system.
The Neo
tilt and turn. The slider is different. It's not in this project, I think. They're all tilt and turn. And we're talking about Geneo. I don't know how this came up to you. It's not a slider. They're all tilt and turn.
The existing?
Not
This
they-
is the manufacturer, is that correct?
Yes. This
Okay.
is the vendor that the manufacturer in Pittsburgh buy his material and assemble them online in his manufacturer. Red Howe is from Germany. It's the king and queen in Germany, in Europe.
Okay. So, but this is the same manufacturer then that has the
Exactly.
slider? Okay.
System 700, it's a little different, but in this case, for this project, we're gonna use Geneo, Geneo,
Okay.
with Roto hardware. It's nothing but the best. If you go around in New York, in Boston, in Maine, in New Hampshire, you're only gonna see this type of windows.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
In terms of the number of windows that would be replaced on the 6th floor, there may be 100 total. We're going to replace 6 or 10, depending upon whether the people decide to participate.
So
I-
that would be
yeah.
maximum if it was all of them.
Oh, it would be great if if we went as a building, but never.
So just to throw out, I mean, especially if we're only talking about replacing some of them, I think it makes it all the more important that what they're getting replaced with actually matches the remaining ones that are there. So yeah, you can try to simulate that with a fake parting bead there, but it's gonna look different.
Peter, I think the only way I would like to see what the two tilt turns with what that would look like compared to the existing window before.
Well,
I
the glass will be in
personally
the
was
same plane,
comfortable
which is the big
with it.
problem with it.
So, because it is 6 floors up. But without a mock-up, you can't be certain that it's gonna have the same appearance.
It definitely won't.
So,
Okay. Do we have any other comments? Go right ahead, Eric.
I was just gonna say, we could ask for a mock-up of that window if you like, and to see if the condo association can do that. I mean, we're talking about only the sixth floor and right, so we could get approval if y'all agreed for the second through fifth, and then the sixth, we could ask maybe if they could do that for us.
I mean, I think they're gonna look different. And if you were doing wholesale replacement of them, maybe I would care a little bit less. I would probably recommend not putting in a fake meeting rail in there because just let it be a single light window. But I think you just said, what, like 6 or so windows are getting done at the present moment. I think it's gonna be weird to have 6 oddball windows up there, even if it is on the 6th floor.
Just a quick question. Is the intention to have all of them eventually changed out?
Eventually, no idea.
Oh, okay.
If my windows would not, if I don't have a problem with my window, why would I replace?
Oh, I see.
It's a condominium.
They're condos, right? Yeah, so it's individual owners.
But if somebody breaks a window or a window's broken and it needs to be replaced, will it go back to Commissioner Peters' comment where original with original, or will they go with the 6 that you all replaced?
I can't answer that because that's an eventuality that we don't know.
Gotcha, okay.
It'll probably be an individual owner decision based on all the factors that go into selecting a window.
Understood.
And it has to be approved by the architecture committee of the board in our building. So there'll be that level of quality control.
Okay. Well, at this point, I want, let's get the commission together and see how we can make a recommendation if we need some additions. So we have the recommendation on the floor. What additions would we like to put to this? Peter, we have the one you said with double painted windows. We know it's 6 possible windows that would be changed. Are there any other additions? You said we could do a mock-up, Eric?
Yeah, sure.
We could do a mock-up, okay.
Well, we could ask.
We could ask for a mock-up, okay.
So I think we would, per Eric's recommendation, maybe separate the floors, so do 2 through 5, and then do 6 separately. So for the people that have been quiet, I mean, how are you feeling about the material of the window replacement?
I'm fine with the material, to be honest with you, given what it was replacing.
I'm unhappy with the process we're proceeding. I'm uncomfortable because I think we are anecdotally sitting around here, varying degrees of information, and trying to come up with consensus conclusions. I'm much more comfortable with a exercise by principal players to get together and make choices. They can even lift prices if they're the difference. But I guess I'm going to have to abstain from voting because I'm not sure that the suggestions we're producing at this table are better than the solutions that have been presented to us. So I'm on the cusp of indecision.
Thank you, Gary. Any other comments?
I mean, if I could, I don't know that looking at a mock-up is, I mean, I know what those are gonna look like. I mean, it's gonna look like the fixed window or the tilt and turn window with a bar in the middle.
Right.
The big thing about a double hung window is your bottom sash is in a different plane than your top sash, so it has a very different shadow line than just sticking something flat on there. You know, like I said, I've got no issue with the product. I got no issue with the tilt and turns elsewhere in the building where they've got existing casement windows and fixed windows. I think we should say replace the windows with the same type of window, and they can decide whether or not they want to do that or not, especially if we're only talking 6 window sash here. That's my take on it.
Thank you, Peter. Nicole, you had a question? Okay. Eric, if you would, I'll say that part, but if you could share with what you wrote down with the commissioners, for the commissioners. The recommendation approve replacement of the deteriorated non-historic windows with the vinyl and fiberglass window product. However,
I would say for floors 2 through 5, and say for 6th floor, the windows be replaced with double hung windows? Are we sure they're double
I
double
mean,
hung?
I don't know that we even need to specify that. I mean, all of their plans refer to those as single hung or double hung windows. I mean, everything is referring to those windows as what they are. And we only learned here that they're not going to be that. So
Replace in kind.
I was much more comfortable with this before I sat down in this meeting, to be honest with y'all.
Gotcha. Gotcha. All right. The motion is on the floor. Who would like to put it forth?
Can we, so.
Restate, sure, we'll restate. Go ahead,
That's
Catherine.
what I was gonna ask.
Sure.
So, because we haven't officially made a motion, so.
Can I make a motion?
Go.
then? I would move to approve the replacement of the deteriorated non-historic windows with the vinyl and fiberglass window product, conditioned on the new windows matching the type of the existing window, i.e. fixed for fixed, tilting for casement, or the double hung or single hung for the double hung and single hung.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Can we go roll
All
call?
opposed? We're gonna do that in a second. All opposed? All abstain? Do a roll call?
All right, Commissioner Battle,
Approve.
Commissioner Bullock,
Yes.
Commissioner Dennis,
Yes.
Commissioner Good,
Yes.
Commissioner Leon,
Yes.
Commissioner Mendeleev,
Yes.
Commissioner Morrow,
Yes.
Commissioner Power.
Abstain.
All right, that's 7 approval, 1 abstention.
Okay, the ayes have it. Thank you. Next on our agenda, we have 1512 Utah Place, AKA 325 McMecken Street, Bolton Hill Historic District. The request, demolition hearing 1, determination of architectural significance. Applicant Patrick Wagner, the Community Builders, Inc., and the staff is Lauren.
Utah Place, a boulevard with wide medians that serve as linear parks. The parcel itself, and I'm only showing the portion of the parcel that is within the historic district. It's half of it is in the local Bolton Hill Historic District, half of it is not. But the parcel as an entirety is 2.1 acres. It takes up an entire city block facing the 1,500 blocks of both Utah Place and Madison Avenue, and the 300 block of McMecken Street, which is also a street with wide medians planted with trees. The parcel has 3 multifamily apartment buildings located on it, fronting Utah Place, Madison Avenue, and McMecken Street. The middle of the parcel is predominantly a parking lot. And as you can see, the building that is fronting on Utah Place is the subject property that we will be discussing today. And here's a closer photo, or closer map, rather. And this is an aerial photo, and you can see the C-shaped building is the building that we're reviewing today, but I think it's helpful to sort of see the context of the development as a whole. This is another view of the building from the west. And this is a 4-story brick structure that lacks architectural ornamentation. It's C-shaped with the longest portion facing Utah Place, which you can see here, and the shorter sections front on McMecken Street, and the pedestrian walkway adjacent to what's known as Mound Park. And you can see that this building is actually set back from the public sidewalk on Utah Place by approximately 25 feet, and is set back from the other sidewalks by about 40 feet. And let me just go back. The main primary facade facing Utah Place is 21 irregular bays wide, 3 irregular bays deep, with 3 pedestrian entrances that you can sort of see marked by the towers that pop up a little bit. The site is enclosed by a 6-foot tall black metal fence, and there are no gates, no functional gates fronting on either Utah Place or Mosier Street. So you can see, like, evidence appears for gates, and the gates are there, but they actually don't open. The only way to access this building is internally from the parking lot on the interior courtyard. It doesn't actually engage with the surrounding neighborhood in a pedestrian capacity in any way. And this is a view from the Mosier Street pedestrian walkway. As you can see that it's really, you know, doesn't engage with the community at all. And you can see here, this is just a photo that close up. This is sort of a representative sort of example of what the building looks like in terms of having this stuccoed entrance towers, triple windows, you know, aluminum windows, and, you know, the only really architectural ornamentation is the slight projection of the brickwork in line with the fenestration between the first and fourth floors. This is a view from McMecken Street, showing the rear of the building accessible through the internal courtyard. And this is a view of the building from Utah Place. So this is from north on Utah Place looking south. And you can see the building on your right. And then across the street is the new construction of the Jordan, which is also 4 stories. The neighborhood context is really interesting. This is a 1964 aerial map, and you can see sort of the wound of urban renewal going through Madison Park and Bolton Hill. You know, the west side, and you can see I've marked the site that we are considering today in red. You know, while the west side of Utah Place is considered within the Bolton Hill Historic District, for the majority of its history, Utah Place has served as a dividing line between the neighborhoods of Madison Park and Bolton Hill. And for the better part of the 20th century, Madison Park, located on the west side of Utah Place, was majority black and redlined in the Holk residential security map. Bolton Hill, located on the eastern side of Utah Place, was majority white and mostly in the second lowest tier of the residential security map. And so some of it was spared in the redlining, but you can see that it was still a large swath of Bolton Hill was also demolished. And in the mid-1960s, urban renewal strategies led to the demolition that you see here. It was, in fact, far more widespread in both neighborhoods, but this was just the immediate context. And then you can see what was built. This is 1972 aerial photo. Of course, it hasn't been fully built in. The construction filling in, you know, what was demolished under urban renewal didn't get completed until like the mid-80s, 1980s. So it took about 20 years. But you can see sort of how this part of these two neighborhoods was, you know, re-envisioned. You know, some of these sites were replaced, and you can see, is it gonna show up? There it is. Right here, this is Bolton Square, which is a Baltimore City landmark. So it is an infill, you know, built in 1968, but it is sort of a modernist take on the row house character. So, you know, that is a Baltimore City landmark in its own right and contributing to the Bolton Hill Local Historic District, but other, you know, other buildings such as the building just north of it, you know, this high-rise tower, you know, the shopping center are not contributing to the district. So I think that context is just a little important. In terms of background for this property, CHAP has reviewed and approved minor exterior alterations in the 1990s and 2000s. We really haven't done anything. In terms of the proposal, the applicant proposes to demolish the building. The purpose of the hearing today is to determine if this building has historic or architectural significance. And so staff is applying Section 3.6 demolition procedures of the preservation rules and regs, specifically Section Demolition Hearing 1, determination of architectural significance, where, you know, the first step is a public hearing to determine if the building contributes to local historic district. So we shall consider historical and architectural significance of the property, of the structures on the property, and apply the criteria for designation. And this determination regarding the significance of the structure is made prior to considering any details of the demolition and hardship or in any projects for new construction. So that way the commission can determine the importance of the structure solely upon its architectural and historical criteria. And if the structure does not meet the criteria or contribute to the historic character of a local district, then authorization to proceed for demolition shall be issued. So a little bit about the historical and architectural significance. This property was constructed in 1968 as the largest of 4 parcels developed as the Bruce Manor Apartments in what was then the Madison Park South Urban Renewal Area. Properties were later renamed Pedestal Gardens Apartments. The firm chosen by the Baltimore Urban Renewal and Housing Authority, Borough, in 1964 was chosen to develop the parcels as moderate income housing subsidized by the federal government. And this parcel is the largest of the 4, essentially was a scattered site redevelopment. And you can see the sites, Pedestal Garden sites outlined in yellow. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to get my button to show. It's not. Oh, no, it didn't. It didn't. It's just not showing up. Anyway, it's the largest of those 4 yellow squares. And so, again, this is a 1972 map, showing this property sort of in, context with other buildings constructed at the same time, including Bolton Square, as mentioned, and Memorial Apartments. Comparatively, in the form and its citing and its details, staff finds that the buildings of Pedestal Gardens, including specifically this property, this building, is not architecturally compatible with the surrounding 19th century row houses and streetscapes. What's interesting is that even when these were being designed, when this development was being designed, the director of Borough noted the difficulty of providing high quality, attractive, and affordable apartments. Sort of hitting that trifecta was really difficult. And in fact, the planning department, the planning commission, planning director, noted concerns about the design of this, the architectural, sort of design and aesthetics of this development as it was being designed and presented for approval by the Planning Commission. So I don't think that sentiments have changed at all in the 40 years since, 50 years since, actually. So the criteria for evaluation is, we have to consider the quality of significance in Baltimore history, architecture, archaeology, engineering, and culture present in district sites, buildings, public interior structures, and objects that possess integrity of location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association, and are associated with events that have made a significant contribution to the broad patterns of Baltimore history, or are associated with the lives of persons significant in Baltimore's past, or embody the distinctive characteristics of a type, period, and method of construction, or represent the work of a master, or that possess high artistic values, or that represent a significant and distinguishable entity whose components may lack individual distinction, or that have yielded or may be likely to yield information important in Baltimore history, prehistory or history. And based on the architecture and the history of the building that I was able to uncover, staff believes that this building does not meet any of the criteria for designation. This development disrupted the basic historic pattern of Bolton Hill and Madison Park. No known person that significantly shaped Baltimore's history is associated with this development, and the development is not the work of a master, and it does not embody any high artistic values. While this property is located in the Bolton Hill Historic District, it's also located in the Madison Park neighborhood boundaries and adjacent to the Upton's Marble Hill Local Historic District. Thus, staff informed the Bolton Hill, Madison Park, and Upton's Marble Hill Architectural Review Committees about this application, along with the Bolton Hill Community Association, Madison Park Improvement Association, Marble Hill Improvement Association, Midtown Communities Benefits District, and No Boundaries Coalition. And staff did not receive any formal comments, although informally, staff was informed that the neighbors are fine with this demolition. Staff finds that this property is not eligible, that does not meet any of the criteria for designation, and thus is eligible for demolition under the Demolition Hearing 1. Staff recommends the determination that the building does not contribute to the Historic District of Bolton Hill and may be demolished. Thank you, Commissioners. Any questions?
Lauren, thank you. Yes, Nicole.
So just half the block's part of the historic district. And so as the owner of the property, they could demolish the other half, but wouldn't be able to demolish this half unless they get the approval.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners? Lauren, thank you.
Okay.
Lauren, is the architect here?
No, the developer, I don't believe the developer is here. He was notified.
Okay, gotcha. I'm looking at our sheet. We do not have anyone here for public testimony. So Lauren, if you could take us back to our recommendation page.
Absolutely.
Commissioners, before we put any motion on the floor, let's have a discussion. Does anyone would like to share any thoughts?
Because someone has to say something, right?
Not necessarily. No, not
No,
at all.
I just wanted to say to my fellow commissioners that you guys all know that I plant my flag on the hill of, we have to preserve architecture even if we don't like it. But I don't think there's any disagreement on this one. It's very sad indeed.
Anyone else?
Well put.
Okay. Peter.
Could I move on staff's recommendation, please?
Yes, you may, sir.
Second,
Yes,
that's-
you may, sir. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Roll call. All unanimous, gotcha. The ayes have it. Next on our list, 114 West Lexington Street, 116 through 120. Well, hold on for a second. We have been here for a minute. I want to give everybody a 5-minute break. I'm sorry. What do you all need a 5-minute break? We go. Okay, we'll keep going then. Back in action. 114 West Lexington Street, 116 through 120 West Lexington Street, 207 through 209 Park Avenue, 5 and Dime Historic District. Request demolition hearing 2, determination of substantial hardship. The applicant is Chooks Okoro, and the staff is Stacy Montgomery.
Thank you. All right. So we're gonna spend some time the rest of the day in the 5 and Dime Historic District. So I'm gonna give this overview of the district briefly. We've been here, we had the demolition hearing of this last month, demolition hearing 1, so we'll go through this really briefly, but this is the historic retail core of Baltimore City. The 5 and Dime Historic District demonstrates distinctive characteristics of 19th and early 20th century commercial architecture in a variety of styles. 5 and Dime comprises about 5 city blocks northwest of the Inner Harbor and immediately west of the Central Business District, with Howard Street being the sort of central transit street here. And just the property is outlined in this red box. It's a sort of irregularly shaped district in blue, and the red box are the 3 properties that we are talking about at Lexington and Park. And here we can see the individual properties outlined in the red box. Okay. And then this is an aerial view of those sites. And like I said, the buildings primarily date from the 19th and 20th century. The number of the buildings have been modified over time. They've been connected to make larger. Many of the buildings started off smaller and they were connected to make larger buildings. And they represent sort of a variety of types of commercial architecture. So we'll start here. Okay. So here are the buildings that are labeled. You can see 207 to 209 Park Avenue. It's small and square. 116 to 120 West Lexington sits at the corner of Park and Lexington, and 114 West Lexington Street is on Lexington Street. And I'm gonna go back. You can see that north of this development, and we'll see if the little mouse, there it is, okay. This building here, I think it's the L on Liberty, This was constructed just prior to the district designation. And then behind these buildings, there's this brick wall that runs behind everything. And that is the back of a historic building that is no longer there. But there is just the remains of the brick wall there. And that is important in this conversation today. But here we are just looking at the building facing north, or the buildings, I'm sorry, there are 3 buildings facing north. Here we see them facing east. You can see the large blank wall of 116 to 120 West Lexington Street and 207 to 209 Park Avenue. From this view, you can see it's the space between 207 to 209 Park Avenue and this newer building here is walkable. I don't know that you could get a vehicle down there. It's walkable though. All right. And then this is from the back, so we see the new construction here, facing south, and then facing west. And then this is the street view at Park and Lexington. So let's talk about the site conditions. The buildings are located at the corner of Park Avenue and West Lexington Street. The buildings they're not visible really from the rear due to this remaining brick wall from the building that used to front on Clay Street. It runs behind all of those properties. But the buildings in this demolition request include the following. First, 114 West Lexington Street. This is a 3-story brick building with a projecting 2-story metal bay over a boarded storefront. The building was constructed in the late 19th century and served as the entry to a theater for many years. This is 116 to 120 West Lexington Street. It's a 4-story modern style building that is covered in flat and undulating masonry with also a boarded storefront at the corner of Lexington and Park. And important, there are no windows or doors on the majority of the building. The only windows that are on this building or doors are at the storefront. There's no other windows on this 4-story building. And this was constructed, there were 2 late 19th century buildings on this site. They were demolished, and then this building was constructed in 1941 for the Ann Lewis clothing shop. And then this is 207 to 209 Park Avenue. It's a 4-story orange iron spot brick building with a 3-story metal window and decorative, there's a lot of high amount of decoration in the metal storefront there and in the cornice. And it's a very small kind of square building. It was home to a variety of small businesses. So the background, we have looked at the background for the development. We've talked a little bit about the West Side Memorandum of Agreement that was dissolved for the creation of the 5 and Dime in the Howard Street Commercial Historic District. We've been through that a lot. So I'm just gonna talk about the recent background for this site. In April of 2018, the mayor signed the ordinance that allowed the 5 and Dime and Howard Street Commercial Local Historic District designations to go into place, which allowed for the West Side MOA to be dissolved. In September of 2019, the commission reviewed and disapproved a request to paint a mural on the Park Avenue elevation of 116 to 120 West Lexington Street. The properties were included in an RFP that was offered by the Baltimore Development Corporation. In 2023, CHAP staff met with the applicant at the site to discuss the project and the demolition review process. And then just last month at the July 11th hearing, the commission determined that all of these properties contribute to the historic district. So we have determined they're contributing. So the proposal is to demolish all of the buildings, 114 West Lexington Street, 116 to 120 West Lexington Street, and 207 to 209 Park Avenue. All right, the application of the guidelines, staff applied section 3.6 of the demolition procedure, specifically 3.6 demolition hearing 2, determination of substantial hardship. If a structure is determined to contribute to a local district or meets landmark criteria, staff shall schedule a second public hearing. At this hearing, the commission will review a completed application for authorization to proceed for demolition. In addition, The applicant must provide information requested in the demolition application requirements. This additional information is required to determine whether demolition is necessary to avoid a substantial hardship and whether denial of a demolition permit would result in no reasonable beneficial use of the historic structure. The statute continues that the commission will also determine whether the demolition will constitute a substantial detriment to the public welfare, and demolition will be without substantial derogation to the intents and purposes of Article 6 of the Baltimore City Code. In making their findings, the commission may consider the following among other case-specific factors. So you can see items 1 through 4 here, which include the historic and architectural value and significance of the building, the location and visibility of the structures to be demolished, the structural stability, hazardous conditions, health and public safety issues, and code enforcement history, and previous actions regarding the structure by this commission. An authorization to proceed for demolition may only be issued if the property is determined to be non-contributing to a local district, or the commission determines that the demolition of a contributing structure meets the following requirements of the ordinance. 1, that demolition will be without substantial detriment to public welfare. 2, that demolition will be without substantial derogation from the intents and purposes of the CHAP ordinance, to the CHAP ordinance. And finally, that the denial of the demolition permit will result in a substantial hardship to the applicant. At the conclusion of this hearing, the commission decides upon the demolition application, and if it is determined that all 3 of the factors have been met, they may approve the demolition. Okay. So we're going to go through each of these factors. First, we'll talk about historic and architectural value and significance. Here we see, this is a 1901 fire insurance map of the block. The buildings at the northwest corner of Lexington Street and Park Avenue represent the diversity of styles and materials that make this district distinct architecturally. All of the buildings retain significant architectural details that convey their style and period of construction, which this was really established at the last hearing. And here we see, this is the 1914 to 1951 Sanborn fire insurance map, and you can see this building that I outlined in orange. This is the building that's still this wall, this brick wall that like goes along, I'm sorry, it's really hard to follow it with this mouse, but it goes along all the way there. That still remains, even though the rest of what is labeled Keith's movie theater and dance hall is gone, that brick wall, you can still see it there, the back of it. And that is part of the issue. All right. Okay. So the building at 114 West Lexington Street is a 3-story commercial building. It's got a 2-story projecting bay. It was constructed, it has sort of a Beaux-Arts style to it. And this building, as I said, once served as an opening to Keith's Theater. You can see the large marquee that really hung on the front of the building in some form for many, many years. The back isn't visible from the street. And just notably, you can see in this photo with the on the right that the buildings that were there prior to the building that's there now at 116 to 120 West Lexington Street. So in the foreground are the buildings that were replaced by this windowless building we have today. This building is there now. So this building is a commercial building that's located at the northeast corner of Park and Lexington. It's a modern style masonry building that was constructed in 1941 for the Ann Lewis Shops, which is a national chain of women's department stores. It has a storefront on the first story, but otherwise really has no windows. And while the commission has determined this building to be contributing to the historic district, when the National Register nomination for the larger Market Center National Register district was written, this was considered to be non-contributing. But these are other buildings constructed by the Ann Lewis store in the same time periods. They kind of had this very modern, simple look to them. But these were the buildings that were there before. So before 116 to 120 West Lexington was constructed, you had these 2 buildings, a really tall, narrow 2-bay building and a much wider 4-bay building. But you can see, if I can get the mouse, oh, that's not right. You can see way back here, this is 207 to 209 Park Avenue. And then over here is 114 West Lexington Street. So here's today 207 to 209 Park Avenue. And this building is a 4-story orange iron spot brick building with a pressed metal frame storefront window. Has a very high level ornamentation in the storefront window and cornice. While the historic facade remains, there's really no architectural value beyond that. There's no side or rear walls to speak of. Okay. So we'll talk about the location and the visibility of the structures to be demolished. The properties are located at the northeast corner of Park and Lexington in the commercial district of Baltimore. The buildings facades are highly visible from both Park and West Lexington Street, but the backs of them are not visible at all. So now the present conditions of the structure. Okay, the applicant submitted a report from a structural engineer regarding the conditions of the buildings. The report, which has been provided to the commission, stated that the buildings could not be reused in a new development due to their age and physical condition. The report stated that all of the buildings are in poor condition with substantial deterioration due to years of water infiltration. The full report was provided to the commission and included the following information about the current condition of the structures. First, that the basements and foundations are in poor condition and require replacement. Second, that the engineer categorized the exterior brick walls as severely deteriorated and beyond repairable. The upper floors and roof of 116 to 120 West Lexington Street are not stable and not safe to access. The Park Avenue wall of 116 to 120 West Lexington Street is severely compromised and appears to be leaning. All interior floors have collapsed in 207 to 209 Park Avenue, and the exterior walls of the building cannot be retained because it would be difficult, expensive, and dangerous to the general public to provide a good bracing system to support these walls while new construction is completed. The structural engineer also addressed some concerns about meeting building codes in the report, including the difficulties to provide 2 means of egress, windows to apartment units, and ADA accessibility of the buildings, but we're gonna address these items, that part of it in the hardship portion of this report. Okay. The engineer also provided these photos of the properties. So this is 114 West Lexington, that's the front and the back. And this is the interior of 114 West Lexington. And then this is 116 to 120 West Lexington, exterior and interior. And the back, and again, the rear is this big brick wall, and you can sort of see the walkway between the new construction. In the photo on the left, you can see the brick wall that's the back of that Keith's movie theater, and then the new construction, and it's just one sidewalk width distance between the buildings. It's very narrow. And then this is the side of 209 Park Avenue. Okay. We're also going to talk about citations and violations. There is a vacant building notice on 207 to 209 Park Avenue that was issued in 2015. The building has been inspected and the vacant building notice hasn't been removed. However, the city has boarded up the window and cleared out debris a lot. For some reason, the little entry into this building is a very popular spot for people to just put illegal dumpsters and to go into. And the inspector did notice that there was evidence of a fire in 2015 that they said was not recent. So this building has been victim to many people trying to get in, to put stuff there. There was a fire. There's been a lot of not great activity happening there. So previous actions by the commission, excuse me, go back. We did, in September, I think this is in the background, but we'll just say, again, in September of 2019, the commission disapproved a request to paint a mural on the side of the building at 116 to 120 West Lexington Street, excuse me. So the Park Avenue elevation. And then last month, the commission determined that all these buildings do contribute to the historic district. All right, so now we'll talk about the hardship application. So first, we look at the value of the buildings and the land. The applicant is in a land disposition agreement with the Baltimore Development Corporation to purchase and develop these properties. As of today, the mayor and city council owns these properties. And here you can see the date of purchase. They were all purchased in 2000 and 2001, and the value of the properties, land and improvements today. with the exception of one property, the purchase price in the 2000s is higher than the value today. And the only reason the 207 to 209 Park Avenue, it was purchased for $0. So can't get below that, I guess. But that's really, the value has not increased since the city has become the owner of the properties. Okay. So then the applicant provided a report on why the reuse of the historic buildings would not be possible and would create a financial hardship. Again, as I said in the briefing, the specific numbers have been provided to the commission, and those numbers are available to you to look at. I'm not going to share those numbers specifically with you right now. I am going to share some basic information, and I really urge you to look at the specific numbers that the developer provided about each property. But I will give you the summary of each one and where they're coming from. So for 114 West Lexington Street, retaining the historic building would result in a loss for the developer of over $700,000 and a cash-on-cash return of -7. And just for a benchmark for that, a good return on that is about 8 to 12%. So -7 is not good. For 116 to 120 West Lexington Street, retaining and rehabbing the existing building would result in a loss of about $400,000 and a cash-on-cash return of 3%. An internal rate of return of -17%. And for 207 to 209 Park Avenue, it would result in a loss of $600,000 and a cash-on-cash return of 6%. All right. So beyond the financial hardship, the applicant provided some other challenges in rehabbing the buildings. First is providing 2 means of egress if the building were retained. Since all these buildings are landlocked, the developer would need to cut into that solid brick wall that runs behind the buildings, and that kind of limits the reuse of the building and adds additional costs to it. It's also still like a really narrow passageway behind there. Secondly, there's no windows on the upper stories of 116 to 120 West Lexington Street. So that limits the types of uses that can be, that this building can use. And if windows are introduced, then that really alters the historic character of this building. So they're left with a dilemma of substantially altering the building to look nothing like it looks today, and like the design intent, or there's really no use, that financially viable use for this building. And then in order to develop ADA accessible units, they would need new elevator to be installed. And given the challenges of accessing the rear of the building, that presents an additional complication. Okay, so the neighborhood, well, we say neighborhood, but we mean anybody who commented on this project to date. So the Market Center CDC is now the representative of this district, the ARC. They haven't provided formal comments, but we did reach out to Baltimore Heritage, Baltimore Development Corporation, Downtown Partnership. We received letters of support of the demolition of the building from the Downtown Partnership of Baltimore, and 2 letters of support for the project, the larger redevelopment project, from Senator Antonio Hayes and City Council President Nick Mosby. Staff has also received 1 letter urging the city not to grant the applicant the opportunity to develop these properties. That was provided to the commission, and 1 letter encouraging the commission to support the preservation of these buildings from Dr. Nicole King. All of those have been provided to the commission. All right, analysis. So the buildings at 114 West Lexington Street, 116 to 120 West Lexington Street, and 207 to 209 Park Avenue are contributing buildings to the 5 and Dime Historic District. 2 of the buildings represent late 19th to early 20th century small-scale commercial architecture, while the building at 116 to 120 West Lexington Street is an example of mid-20th century attempts to modernize the commercial district with a streamlined design. The buildings are located at the corner of Park Avenue and West Lexington Street, and while their facades are visible, their rear elevations are completely walled in. The Lexington Street streetscape is still intact, despite some alterations to the facade, while the Park Avenue streetscape has been altered by the modern construction on Clay Street. The applicant has provided an engineer's report speaking to the present conditions of the buildings. The properties are suffering from significant deterioration of the interior framing, and the report states that the foundation and basements are in poor condition. One of the buildings, 207 to 209 Park Avenue, has a vacant building notice that has been on the property for many years with no resolution. The building has been inspected regularly, at least 6 times a year, by HCD. These regular inspections have not led to emergency demolition notices or emergency stabilization by HCD, but has resulted in cleaning and boarding of the property several times. The applicant has provided cost estimates for demolition only, for stabilization or rehabilitation of the buildings, along with a pro forma for each building if they were stabilized and fully rehabilitated. The applicant's numbers demonstrate that the applicant would experience a financial or hardship and would not be able to attract traditional funding sources to a project due to the negative returns projected in each pro forma. The applicant has also provided information on the challenges of rehabbing the buildings, including creating ADA accessibility and providing for a secondary means of egress due to the difficulty in accessing the backs of the buildings. The hardship test asks the applicant to demonstrate that the project would be economically infeasible without the allowance of the demolition of these structures. The buildings would be worth substantially less once rehabbed than the cost required to rehab the buildings, creating a substantial financial loss for the applicant. The applicant has demonstrated through the pro forma that retaining, stabilizing, and rehabilitating all of the buildings would create a project that would not be attractive to fund and that would create usability issues for each of the buildings. Okay. The reuse of 116 to 120 West Lexington Street is incredibly limited due to the lack of windows. Installing windows would drastically alter the building. The structural engineer has stated that the Park Avenue facade is unstable, and staff believes the approval of demolition of the building at 116 to 120 West Lexington Street meets the hardship test. The reuse of the building at 207 to 209 Park Avenue is limited due to its size and that it is landlocked on 3 sides, limiting the ability to provide accessibility or egress. The applicant has also stated that this building is only standing because it's leaning on 116 to 120 West Lexington Street. The reuse of the building would create a substantial hardship for the applicant. The building is located on a section of Park Avenue where no other 19th or early 20th century fabric remains. Staff believes approval of the demolition of the building at 207 to 209 Park Avenue meets the hardship test. The reuse of the entire building at 114 West Lexington Street creates a financial hardship for the applicant. Providing 2 means of egress or ADA accessibility is challenging because the building cannot be accessed from the rear. However, the demolition, if approved, of 116 to 120 West Lexington Street and 207 to 209 Park Avenue, and the incorporation of a portion of the building at 114 West Lexington Street could allow for ADA access and emergency egress to be accommodated in their redevelopment. Since the West Lexington streetscape is still intact, efforts to retain a portion of the building, including the facade, should be explored by the applicant prior to approval of full demolition. So, the staff recommends the approval of the request for full demolition of the building at 116 to 120 West Lexington Street and 207 to 209 Park Avenue, as the applicant has demonstrated that they've met the criteria for demolition, the 3 criteria below. Staff recommends that the approval be subject to the following requirements. First, the applicant documents the historic buildings prior to demolition, following the standards and guidelines for architectural and historical investigations in Maryland, and that documentation be submitted to CHAP prior to the demolition, and that the demolition of the rear of 114 West Lexington Street is subject to the requirement that the applicant must explore retaining the facade and a portion of the building and incorporating that into the new development. The applicant should return to the commission with the results of this. And finally, that the applicant carefully removes and salvages the historic 3-story window and cornice at 207 to 209 Park Avenue. Thank you.
Lauren, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Lauren? Okay. Lauren is the architect here.
The applicant.
The applicant, thank you.
Yeah. And there's also a representative from BDC who'd like to speak.
That's fine.
As well.
That's fine.
Would you like to speak?
Who would like to go first? Yeah.
Time with this time, just in case. So.
And give your full name for the record.
Chuck Socorro. I'm the guy who started all this stuff, the developer here. I don't know what I need to, how I need to follow Stacy. Like, I think she's kind of pretty much said it all. I just wanted you guys to really kind of get to know who I am, essentially. And it's been my, it's the last thing I want to do is demolish historic buildings. And my experience in working in Baltimore shows that I actually renovate. That's the first thing I want to do is renovate and bring it back to life. Now, you know, the type of these properties. If you could help me out a second and just put a picture up. Yeah. So as tenacious as I am and as creative as I am, I couldn't find a way to kind of bring those things back to life without demolishing them. And what I've done over the last 20 years in this city, which is, I'm talking to you guys now, I'm talking to you guys as partners, essentially. Like, so what I do, and I decided that in like 2003, is my game that I decided to play, my professional game, is to give Baltimore the benefit of me, the benefit of my audacity, my energy, and kind of like my vision. So what I do is I specifically target derelict buildings and I bring them back to life, and I've been doing that for 20 years. So I'm here now, and you know I'm you know saying to you guys, you know, approve what Stacy said, less maybe the 114 where she wants me to keep a portion of it. I don't believe it's going to work out. But I did have my architect send a rendering that we're kind of going back and forth with. And I was trying to make those three buildings, you know, my new version of those three buildings look like it did back in the day. And I'm not sure.
They were provided to the.
Okay, all right. So I was hoping the room could kind of see it too. But so my logic was looking at those buildings and constructing one building that looks like three separate buildings, and try to get the facade to kind of to be you know, to be that original looking. Now I've had some experience up the block on 324, 326 Park Avenue that I bought from the BDC back in 2008, and it was dilapidated fire damaged building, and from the outside it looks like two buildings, but in the inside it's one building. And I specifically kind of I enjoy looking at that, and I enjoy the fact that it looks original and in keeping with the block, but inside it's totally different. And so that is my intention for these properties. So, you know, I'm a guy who's I'm not the most humble guy. I'm trying to be like as a gentle guy now. I know what I do for the city, and I know how difficult it is, and the energy, the effort it takes to do it. So I kind of make no apologies for what I do, but I get that you guys are I respect and admire what you guys are doing for making sure that the historic fabric kind of remains in this city. And but you know, I'm a guy. I'm hoping that through what Stacey said, through the little ramblings that I've kind of I've mentioned, and maybe the documentation that you have in front of you, you could see that if you support me, this corridor in the west side is going to be happening again. It's going to be energized again. You know, as what as a developer, my focus is always about how I could re-energize, how I could create development, economic development, and opportunities and energy. That's what I do. And sometimes, every time I'm successful, sometimes I don't make money, but every time I'm successful because I get it done. And I believe I'll get this one done. So,
Appreciate you.
you're welcome. Any questions?
Commissioners, any questions for him?
I just have a question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you had mentioned that, your goal and mission is to look at properties and derelict properties and bring new light to them.
Yeah.
If you looked at, I was just curious, if you looked at this property, you knew that you couldn't do that, why take it on?
Because on that same street, I actually did, when I first started in Reservoir Hill, there's a street called Lennox Street, and the block was full of vacant properties, and I did like one place at a time. And it took me like a few years, but I just totally transformed that street. On that street, I've done, I think it's 3 buildings I bought from the BDC, and it's slowly transforming the block. Now, for me to start that energy in that block, I have to finish it, and ultimately, I was the first one to begin developing. Since then, there's been more energy. That's always been my kind of like mandate. Like I'm that guy back in the day when I was a young guy. I'd go to a disco and I'd dance. I'm just like the first guy on the dance floor, and you have the courage to go out there on the dance floor, and in a certain amount of time you're joined by other people, and it's similar. That's my practice I do with my development. So that's the reason why, because I own, I've developed, I've sold property on that block, and I just want to continue for as long as my energy lasts, I'm going to continue on the west side, developing the west side.
Have you considered uses for this property other than residential? Because, as has been stated in the hardship documents, punching windows in the modern building, arguably makes its historic character null and void. But I think it's equally arguable that you try to use a historic building with a new use that is compatible with itself. So have you looked at other uses for the structure other than residential that might have a better return on investment because you're not facing some of the challenges with trying to punch windows everywhere?
So that's a good question. I've got 2 boys, and they're both doing pretty well, 23 and 21. And my 23-year-old just finished college, and he's working in New York. And he's doing big things. He did well at college. He's doing real good stuff. So I said to him, listen, don't come back to Baltimore unless you come back to Baltimore with $100 million or access to $100 million, and you could actually do something for Baltimore. So I wouldn't be surprised if he does. So the reason I say that, because if I had that type of money, I would entertain a lot of things. But what it is that with what I do, I have to have financing. And the financing sources typically aren't interested in exploring new things. It's like sure things. It's like looking at the energy of the area and where's the area going towards, looking at the stakeholders in the area, BDC, what they're looking at, the universities, what they're doing, and you try to incorporate your design in harmony with that, not being that kind of like real trendsetter to say, listen, I'm going to just like drop a whole bunch of money and I'm going to transform the direction in which the area is going. So that's I know that answers your question.
So the short answer is no.
No, that's not really. What I'm saying is that you have to be able to look at what the area is needed and what people are looking for in that area.
I understand market forces and studies, but my question at its root was, did you look at any other uses other than residential for the building?
I did look. Yeah, I did look.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Can we now, we have the, give me your name, sir, when you come up.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Taylor. I'm the Managing Director of Business and Neighborhood Development at Baltimore Development Corporation. I want to give a little bit of history on our attempts to sell and get these properties redeveloped, and even just a little bit of general history in this neighborhood as well. So I started BDC in 2013. I've been working in this neighborhood that entire time during these 10 years, including the original RFPs that I'll talk about today from 2014. And it brings me no pleasure, like with Mr. Okoro, to come up asking for a demolition. Other than my brief time saying hello last month when I was here, I haven't been in front of this commission since 2018, when we not only advocated for the creation of this district, but we actually sponsored the legislation to create this historic district. And I think I say that in part because we knew that someday we were going to end up in a hearing like this, right? Sometimes there are buildings that need to be demolished. And we felt very, very strongly at the time that the memorandum of agreement that we had with the Maryland Historical Trust, which had previously guided development in all this area, created a lot of confusion, a lot of difficulty in development, and a lot of ambiguity for potential developers. And we knew that the CHAP process itself and the rigor that you all apply to the process and the clarity of the rules associated with the process was a much better path forward to seeing these properties redeveloped and rehabilitated as they are, modified if they need to be modified, demolished if they need to be demolished, because there was a process for it. So you're seeing me today in front, of a project where we're proposing demolition. You'll see me again for the next project. You'll probably see me again in the future. Part of the reason is we're 10 years into this effort of trying to get these properties redeveloped. So a little context on this block. We did an RFP in 2014. It's called the Liberty Clay Marion RFP, and this is the perfect slide for it because it included these three properties that we're talking about today. It included that tall building on the opposite side of the street. It included the buildings that are brick on the corner, the opposite corner, Lexington and Liberty Street. There are three buildings there. It included what you see now as the L on Liberty Apartments, which was a surface parking lot. It included a small Art Deco building that's just off screen behind the Urban Outlet. So that was released in 2014, those 6 sites. All but this collection of properties has been successfully redeveloped at this point. The brick buildings on the opposite corner were actually sold to Mr. Okoro. That was the first development that we did out of this RFP, and he performed a gorgeous renovation of those 3 buildings. Really, if I find before and after pictures, I can send them over to Eric to share, but really an outstanding renovation of those 3 buildings. And then the L on Liberty was developed somewhat after. For this property, we did not award it at that time because we did not feel like there were developable proposals that were received out of that RFP. We went through, did some of these other projects. The 109 West Lexington, which is the taller building, was also not awarded at that time. It was awarded in a subsequent RFP in 2016, and it was in fact awarded to Mr. Okoro, who also did a nice redevelopment of that building. We re-RFP'd these properties again in 2018. We only received responses for new construction. There was no rehabilitation proposed by any respondent. We did not select that project to move forward at that time. We did another RFP in 2021. We again only received responses for new construction, or in one case, new construction except for little bits of rehabilitation where it was feasible, is how it tends to come back to us. Most people who apply for redevelopment of these projects don't know, right, whether they can actually do it until they get into the buildings. But again, new construction was the response. All of these RFPs and all the responses we did receive over the 10 years here have all been for residential projects. We have never received a proposal for anything that was not a residential project, with the exception of ground floor retail uses. And then our 4th RFP was September of 2022. That's the RFP that we're talking about now, where we again got responses for residential development, and it was all new construction. 2 little final bits of information on the buildings themselves. The Park Avenue building that we talked about, since the first time I stepped foot in it, in early 2014 before that first RFP. The fire had already occurred. The roof and all of the floors were in the basement. So that has been the case since 2014 inside that building. And then the building that we talk about as having no windows, which is true. We talk about it for good reason. It's not totally clear, and I think you have an interior shot. It doesn't really have much in the way of floors either. When you walk in, it's not like it's just a windowless building with normal floors. There's really a gigantic carve out in the middle of it that creates a void. And you can see it here. It looks like the roof is, or, the floor has collapsed. That's not really the case. It's like a little mezzanine, and it goes up quite a distance. So it not only doesn't have windows, it doesn't really have floors either. That's the state of that building. So really, I wanted to provide that context about our multiple efforts to get these buildings redeveloped, the difficulty in finding either quality developers or quality development proposals that allow us to do so, and to say that I would really like to not have to RFP these buildings a fifth time.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for him?
Quick question. When you did RFP the buildings, what kind of response did you get? Was it voluminous, or were there one or two folks who responded?
Yeah, one or two is the answer. It kind of depends on RFP to RFP. I don't think any of these responses had more than 3. The original one, Liberty Clay Marion, if I recall, had 3 responses across those 6 sites, and we kind of picked the 3 that we could do. For all of the ones since, it has been 1 or 2.
And did you get the sense with those RFPs that there were plans to do anything different than what the applicant is looking to do in terms of preservation versus?
No, the overwhelming responses that we receive are to primarily, first and foremost, demolish the building on the corner. The number one question we've gotten out of all of the RFPs that I've done at BDC in my 10 years there, it is, can this building be demolished? Is what we are asked more than anything else. But no, every response that we've received offers up some flavor of demolition and new construction of the corner building, new construction in the other sites, and if there's the ability to feasibly retain any portion of those structures, they would say, we'll either entertain that, or no, our proposal is to just demolish everything because we don't know, or we don't think it's going to be feasible off the bat. And they've all been similar in that sense.
Gotcha. Catherine, you have a question for Dan?
All right, 2 questions, I guess. One, just because I haven't read your RFPs, do they give any indication for what type of development, or is it really just kind of open and propose something to us?
Yeah, so it varies by RFP. In these particular buildings, it is open. We have tried to be non-prescriptive in the end use because we know that our number one challenge here is just getting a end use that is financially feasible for development. So we don't say in the RFPs, we'd like you to come back with market rate apartments or affordable apartments or a movie theater or whatever the thing is. And we have asked that developers use their own creativity and knowledge of what's financeable and feasible to give us proposals that they think they can get financed and redeveloped. So we're non-prescriptive in the end use.
Okay, so my second question is, when they've asked you, can they demolish the building on the corner, what's been the response from the BDC?
Yeah, absolutely. So the response from BDC is this area is in a CHAP district and it is subject to their demolition guidelines. And so if demolition is part of your proposal, you're going to need to go and make the case to CHAP that is part of what you need to do.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Paul, you had a question?
Just a couple questions. You said MHT had assisted in consulting in the creation of the district, creation of the RFPs maybe, and some discussion about certain sites. Is that correct?
Yeah. So prior to 2018, when we passed the CHAP district, this entire area was part of a memorandum of agreement with the Maryland Historical Trust, and there was a building by building inventory of kind of development guidelines. After this first RFP, and we were doing a lot of different RFPs in this area at the time, and the most relevant one was actually the 400 block of Howard Street, where we were really negotiating with MHT on that point. We approached them. Eric and I drove down to Crownsville, and then we drove again down to Annapolis. We might have even made a third trip, if I recall. But we approached them to basically offer a substitution of MHT's oversight with CHAP oversight of these properties, and to say that a local historic district with, again, well-defined rules and regulations around what can and can't be done and how it's to be done, and this type of process would actually lead to better outcomes for them and better development outcomes for us by virtue of its existence than having this MHT oversight, which was really, really ambiguous in terms of what the approval process was, the timing was, and so forth.
But in terms of just the just the discussions about certain sites, at this point, when there was a discussion about creating the RFP for this site, they sort of stepped back and said, hey, you can, set forth the RFP and what is prescribed as you see fit.
Yeah, basically, yes. So again, prior to 2018, it was a come back to us when there's a development plan. That was basically the approach from MHT.
The MOU's been dissolved.
The MOA was dissolved when the local historic district was created.
And then that kind of left it for sort of not free for all, but knowing that it's in the CHAP district now, it's being offered up as an RFP. There was a negotiation about how to prescribe, how to deal with certain sites. Like you couldn't say, or I guess you could, I don't know, I guess that's my last question is, could you say that part of the RFP to develop this particular series of lots was to renovate this portion, demo this portion, and build a new building? You wouldn't go that far as to prescribe that.
We have not done that in any of these RFPs. We could do that if we wanted to, but we made the decision not to try to get more and more feasible development outcomes.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Any other commissioners have any questions for Dan? Dan, thank you.
Thank you.
So on our public testimony, we have 4 people who have given their names, but only 2 would like to testify. So the first is Molly Ricks.
Good afternoon. My name is Molly Ricks, and I'm Deputy Director at Baltimore Heritage. Typically, my colleague Johns comes to speak before you, but he is out of town, so I am the messenger today. So I'm just going to read a little something. The issue before you today is whether the applicant has proven that saving the buildings that you have determined are historic would be a hardship. That's the process laid out in your regulations, and it makes sense. Sometimes a building can continue to be historic, but also be in such bad condition that while it may technically be possible to save, doing so would cost so much or impose some other burden that requiring it to be saved would not make sense or be fair. Your regulations put the burden on the applicant to prove that there is a hardship in their particular circumstance. We believe that the burden of proof is high, that CHAP should require an applicant have ironclad evidence that they cannot save the building. And the CHAP Commission has in fact done this in the past. One instance was about 10 years ago when the Catholic Archdiocese proposed demolishing the Rochambeau apartments on Charles Street in Mount Vernon. CHAP held them to a high standard, including bringing in an independent real estate economist as a consultant to evaluate different redevelopment scenarios that included saving the building. In this instance, the consultants evaluated 3 different preservation scenarios, concluding that none of them would bring a reasonable return. In the end, CHAP was convinced saving the building would be a hardship and authorized its demolition. We bring this case up even though it had not so good a preservation ending, for the point that CHAP required the applicant to get an independent economic evaluation before agreeing to demolition. This should be required of all applicants that propose to demolish historic buildings. The presumption is that the building can be saved, and only after a qualified and independent evaluation of preservation options should CHAP even consider allowing demolition. In this case, we have heard from the development team on why their own opinion as the developers of the parcel that they think there's a hardship, but we have not heard from any qualified independent expert on whether there could be redevelopment scenarios that do make economic sense and also include saving some or all of the buildings or some parts of some of the buildings. Without this independent evaluation, we urge you to withhold permission to demolish. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on our list is Nicole King.
Good afternoon, Nicole King, American Studies, UMBC. And I want to say I appreciate the developers' projects on this block. Some are really nice. But I believe we should preserve our modern historic buildings in Baltimore whenever possible, even those buildings we might not like aesthetically. Though, for the record, I actually am quite fond of the Ann Lewis building. So as Anna Dance wrote in her master's thesis for architectural history at University of Virginia in defense of the Mechanic Theater, as well as the McKeldin Fountain, we should stand for what we have built as a society, past and present, no matter if we always like it. We wipe the slate blank, remove the layer of a certain period only because it fell out of favor, and you rob a city of its richness, complexity, context, and depth. And with it, you rob the younger generation of the opportunity to see what previous generations believed in when they were able to hope and to dream. So I conclude that the lack of windows, I concede that the lack of windows does not make the Ann Lewis building an ideal structure for a 6-story apartment building. However, certainly a creative designer or architect could make something work. I leave that to the commissioners who are, developers and architects. I know there are various holes and vacant parcels throughout the development landscape of downtown, including a huge vacant lot, green space directly across the street from the development of this corner. So the vacant green space on the north side of the 200 block of West Lexington Street is where the new theater and other historic properties were demolished 13 years ago to make way for a development project that never came. As a Baltimore Sun article from January 15th, 2010, West Side Project Underway explains, it was the first large-scale demolition for urban renewal targeted at a swath of the West Side. Journalist Lorraine Marabella writes, the city is raising much of the north side of the 200 block of West Lexington Street before handing the property over to a developer who's planning new stores and a tower that could house offices, apartments, or a hotel. That never happened, and there are countless examples of this problem of demo for projects that never actually materialized throughout Baltimore. Therefore, demo before a viable plan does not make sense to me. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you. Commissioners, we have a long list of recommendations in front of us, so I'm not going to read that right now. However, what I will ask is may we engage in discussion to talk about 114 and 116 through 120 and 207 through 209. Who would like to share? Go ahead, Catherine, by all means.
Since no one's jumping at it, I talked a lot at the last hearing about my feelings on these properties, and I agree with Nicole, and she actually also submitted a letter which I think sums up well my opinions, which is we have a art modern building here. We have a historic district that is very eclectic in style, has several different types of architecture, and has been riddled with demolition. And you have to sit here and say, when you're evaluating a new project and you're only looking at one possible reuse for it, and that use is inherently kind of works against what the historic building is that really a hardship when nothing else has really been explored thoroughly? I sympathize with having to have multiple RFPs and trying to get responses, and they just don't come through. But that in and of itself doesn't lessen the historic importance of the buildings and their association with the five and dime and architectural styles of different periods. I'm actually quite fond as well of the modern building, the Ann Lewis building here, and its association with an early woman's department store. I think that's important, and Stacy showed us some examples of some of the other buildings as well. And so I think that's something to be celebrated, not just discarded. in a district that has seen so much demolition and demolition intentionally and also by neglect. So that's my opinion. I don't think a hardship can be proven when only one approach that is inherently against the Secretary standards for rehabilitation, standard 1, which is the property will be used as it was historically or be given a new use that requires minimal change to its distinctive materials, features, spaces, and spatial relationships. And I don't think that's been adequately explored in this instance.
Commissioner, thank you. Anyone else?
I kind of struggle as a developer. And, you know, looking at what the possible uses of those buildings really could be. I struggle looking at just the condition of our downtown, especially in that area, and how there's been limited investment and how many RFPs there have been for just this particular block. Yeah, I mean, that's my comment. That's just where I am.
No, I appreciate that. I'd have to ask that. Dan, you still here? Dan? Please come forth. Because Commissioner Nicole made me think of something. How many RFPs have been sent out? I know you've been with BDC for a little over 10 years. How many for this particular project here?
For these 3 properties.
Yeah. Just off your recollection. I'm
Yeah.
not asking you, look through your Google Docs.
So yeah,
or
no,
nothing,
so I wrote them down before this so that I could answer. So for these 3 properties, we did an RFP in 2014, an RFP in 2018, an RFP in 2021, and an RFP in 2022.
And just humor me. Can you estimate maybe how many applicants responded to the RFP?
For these properties
Yeah.
across those?
Yeah.
I would ballpark that to say there have been 8.
Okay.
Right? Let's average it at 2 per.
Understood. Okay, thanks for sharing. I just wanted to know.
Can I ask a
Yeah,
question?
of course you can.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. When did BDC get control of these properties? Was it 2014?
So that, I don't actually have the answer to that. I suspect it was when the properties were acquired under the timeline that Stacy outlined earlier in her report, but I don't actually know. I could get that answer.
And we don't know how long they were sitting vacant before you guys acquired the properties or got control of the properties?
I do not know how long they were vacant before we acquired the properties, or if they were vacant before we acquired the properties.
Dan, I've got one last question
Sure.
that just came to my mind. Let me get my thoughts right again. Just roundabout, I'm not asking for the names of the contractors, none of that. Can you give us a consensus as to what was the idea of or scope of what each developer had envisioned for those 3 properties? Was it a movie theater? Was it, a big, beautiful building with new shops? Or was it a 10, 4, 5-story, residential, et cetera?
Yep.
Can you share that with me?
Yeah, so for these 3 properties, there has been no proposal that I recall that deviates from a 4 to 6-story residential building with ground floor retail. That has been what the responses have been over the 10 years.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All of which have mostly included demolition as a mainstay.
Correct.
A follow-up question, because I know this whole area is challenging. And there are a lot of other properties that have had multiple RFP rounds, et cetera. Is this an extraordinary circumstance having 4 or 5 RFPs, or with challenges inherent with vacant historic buildings? Is it normal to have to go through multiple RFP rounds?
Yeah,
What's
it's a
kind
good
of-
question. So this is, of the ones that I have done since 2014, this is the most that we have RFP'd any single grouping of properties in that kind of 10-year span. I think what we're finding now is that the more developable properties were developed on the first or maybe the second RFP. And again, this extends not just these properties to the south, to the west, and to the north. I mean, we had a pretty robust portfolio, but most of it has been redeveloped, and most of it has been redeveloped in a preservation forward way, like the vast majority of what we've done over the last 10 years in this area. But I think in some ways you could view that as the low-hanging fruit of somewhat easier, although many of them were really not easy, but somewhat easier historic redevelopments and rehabilitations of properties. I think what we're facing now with these properties and a handful of others is that they are really, really difficult projects, kind of period, and they are especially difficult as historical rehabilitations.
So with that in mind, and maybe we should, as for a commission, just maybe look at having a separate conversation with Dan about this type of project, if that would be helpful to people. Because I'm also just imagining in my mind, if we have a handful of properties and they're all having this challenge, you know, are they all going to end up coming for demolition at some point? And what's that going to do to the character of the neighborhood? That's a larger question. We have a specific issue before us, but I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. Dan, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dan. Commissioners, you have any other questions for Dan? Okay, good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. If there are no other comments, oh, I'm sorry, Peter, forgive me.
No, you're good.
I'm sorry, Peter.
So I've been struggling with this one a lot. You know, I am not a modernist guy, so I have not a whole lot of love for that corner building. But as a preservationist, it is fitting the letter of the law there. You know, I think the hardship argument with that is fairly strong. I mean, the reality is there are just so many uses you can fit into a windowless building. I don't feel the hardship argument is strong at all for the other two. So I agree very much with staff's recommendation to retain 114. I would also throw 207 and 209 in that list too. Again, I'm struggling with the corner building. My 2 cents though, but I would not be signing on board for wholesale demolition of all 3 buildings by any means.
Understood. Yes, sir.
Same struggle. I think I'm maybe internally a modernist, so I do like the building in the corner.
Modernist.
But I look at I look at 2 hats, one as an architect, one as a developer as well. As an architect, I think there's clearly ways to rethink that all 3 buildings. Obviously, as a developer, I know that the neighborhood needs to move forward, and that there's investment here now today, and if it's been 10 years of chances of people to come to the table with different ideas than housing, but has not come to the table, at one point you kind of go, when you get it, how long you let it go. And I think it needs to move forward. So I agree with Peter that I think definitely that I could see a demolition of the corner building. I would recommend at least that the other 2 buildings be salvaged. My part would be my thinking would be that if you do it well is to not just rip everything off and just leave the facade and deal with it. But I don't know if this developer's going to look to do that. So I don't know if what's the worser evil, is to salvage a portion of this, or unless the developer decides, hey, I will do a building on the corner in place of the corner building, and then retain the overall structure of the other 2 properties and actually develop it. You can add additions and so forth and kind of treat them as separate buildings as they have been. I just don't know if that's the case. So I'm probably not gonna, I would probably vote today to full demolition.
Okay. So, and just listening to both of you, you both raised some really great points. Peter with the 116 through 120, which is the corner building, I'm correct. That the pictures are enough that I've seen. For me, I'm not nearly as well versed as all of you, but I don't know what's going on with that building. I just don't. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, something happened. But 114 and 207, in 209, I'm trying to figure out. We have a 50-50 conversation here. So I just wanted to get a consensus with what Peter has just shared, which was very interesting, and of course what Kapal has said.
I do
Go ahead.
just want to say, so the inside shot that we have of that building, that's how it was designed, was to be more open in the center. But I know I am the outlier here. I was a fan of preserving other structures in Baltimore that haven't been so popular, like the Mechanic Theater and other ones like that. Because we do have this period in architectural history that people don't necessarily like, but that doesn't make it less valued. It doesn't make it less important. And in another 30 years or 40 years, there's going to be something else that people just generally don't like or do like. And there's a lot of talk today about preserving and telling the story of all Americans, and there are pretty parts and there are not pretty parts, and picking and choosing something because we find it aesthetically pleasing or not aesthetically pleasing, I think is not the role of preservation as it is looking at it holistically, and what the goal and role of preservation is. So I'll get off my high horse.
Thanks for sharing.
One note.
Yes, sir.
One note. If the vote goes towards demolition in any shape, whether it's partial or full, there was a note in our briefing that we talked about. I don't remember the best word for it. Maybe Stacy had a better word for it, but not providing an NTP or or allowing. Was that? No, just no, an NTP or just generally they couldn't demo without the building permit. Is that correct? Is that what we?
Yeah, so just to clarify, the demolition hearing technically has three parts, and the third part is review of new construction to replace it. So that would be what would come next. And they have to have that approval in place at a minimum first. And if the commission sets other constraints, that's up to them. But we go through that review of new construction first prior to the issuance of a demolition ATP.
And we could put on that condition that we will not issue that ATP or sign off on the permit set, or sign off until we have permit set through the system, until they apply for the building permit.
I think that's fair.
Go. Oh, well,
Can I
go
make-
ahead, Nicole.
yeah.
Sure.
I mean, I'm assuming through BDC, they're going through the traditional LDA process, land disposition agreement process, where before, which is kind of, it contradicts what we've been dealing with over the last couple of months, but before any type of activity occurs or before even BDC will transfer ownership to the property, you want to make sure that all of the financing is in place before that happens, and permits are in place and everything else.
Yeah, that's correct. The land disposition agreements that we enter into and get approved by the Board of Estimates require financing and plans approved prior to settlement. It's a precondition to settlement, and we don't transfer title away from the mayor and city council until those conditions have been met.
Can you add something about demolition?
Well, you're not able to do anything until you own the property, right?
Okay.
Well,
And if they won't transfer ownership, I mean, it's different.
You can get a right of entry though.
Sorry?
You can get a right of entry, and you can do certain construction upon approval.
That is true. We have issued right of entry for projects prior to settlement.
And if you're not in settlement, yeah, you have a chance to renegotiate LDAs as needed for the final LDA, correct?
Yeah, any renegotiations
So
of LDAs
you
and amendments
can
would go to Board of
institute
Estimates.
whatever supplement in order to abide to the CHAP, ruling,
Yes.
right? Correct?
Sure.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're just not in the position that we were a few months ago where the developer's allowed to do that demolition and then interest rates are crazy right now, and getting bank financing, and it's hard to make deals work without some sort of subsidy, whatever. So I just want to make sure that if in fact we do make the decision to approve, that nothing happens as it relates to demolition until the project's ready for closing.
That makes sense. Peter, you were about to say something. Thank
Yeah,
you, Nicole.
if we end up in a situation here or our next agenda item where we asked for portions of buildings to be retained, is there a way to request specific stabilization and protection measures as part of the approval to demolish to prevent, like a Hendler type situation?
If we require, let's say, a portion of one of these buildings to be preserved, we could say we're not giving you the demolition permit until you give us your stabilization plan. Now, there's going to be a chicken or the egg, because maybe they can't create their stabilization plan without doing some demolition. So there's going to be a negotiation that occurs on that.
Okay. I'm just thinking if there's some mechanism where we can force someone to put coping over a exposed masonry wall, for example,
Right.
I think at the end of the day, though, you still wouldn't just, I think that just to be a stipulation that you wouldn't be doing any demolition until you're ready for construction.
Right, but I think that's kind of the case we were in with Hendler. I mean, they had approved plans, did it not? Yeah.
And they were moving forward.
Yeah.
We normally during deliberation don't have people come up on that, we call them, but because Dan and come on, what do you want to say something? Come on.
Two things. First thing, demolition permit and the construction permit is different. So I just want to clarify. And the second thing, like, guys, I get it. Like, when I don't bullshit, I speak my mind. And when I said at the beginning that I'm part of your team, I meant it. Now, I get the fact that these other guys, whatever they did to you, and they hurt your feelings, but I've been doing this thing 20 years in Baltimore City, and not one time I've said something and I've done something else. So I just want to share that with you, really. Okay.
Well, let me just.
No, but I'm saying
No, it's not. Let me, for clarity. When you hear the commissioners talk about previous cases that have come before us, and our task to make sure that we preserve all of what Baltimore has to offer, we are very mindful and cognizant of making decisions that may set precedent. So do not confuse our precedent with our feelings. So I just want to make that very clear, okay? So you may be seated.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. So now we have the recommendations on the table. We've talked about 116 through 120, but we've also talked about possibility of all the buildings being demoed. Before we make a decision, is there a consensus on either two of those options? I think we're going to have to vote. Okay. So on the recommendation, who would like to put the motion, the long motion, motion number 1, 2, and 3 that has A, B, and C? Let me give you all the opportunity to read it.
And do a motion just to see what happens.
Garrett.
We need one motion or 3 motions?
We just need one more.
I would move that we accept the staff report in favor of demolition.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Oh, we will.
Aye.
All opposed? Opposed. Any abstain? Any abstain? Okay, it's time for roll call.
Just one quick question. One quick question.
Yes, go ahead, Kapal.
Recommendation is what you said,
If,
right?
just a quick question.
Yes, hold on one second. Okay, Kapal, go ahead.
What's on the screen?
Trying to think. If all opposed, can a new motion be provided?
Yes, the answer is yes.
If the motion does not carry, not
Oh, I
necessarily
see.
all opposed, but if a
Wait,
motion
so-
does not carry,
Is that
then
vote
a new one.
recorded?
That vote is recorded. We're about to do the roll call. We're about to do the roll call right now, Garrett. So what's recorded?
Boy, there's a lot of pressure right now.
All right.
Commissioner Battle, you're always first. Sorry.
Because of my name.
I know.
Should we go reverse alphabetical order?
No, keep it the way it is. Keep doing
I'll
it.
put my big girl jaws on. Yeah, I don't approve.
That was approved.
No.
So no.
All right, Councilman Bullock.
Don't look like that.
Yes.
All right. Commissioner Dennis.
No.
Commissioner Good.
No.
Commissioner Leon.
Yes.
Commissioner Mendeley.
Can I ask a quick clarification question?
Yes.
So just like with your statement, that includes the like preserving the 114, the facade, or when you said demolition, just all of it?
Exactly
as
what's on the screen.
Okay.
The motion reflected on the black.
Okay, got you. Okay, yes.
Yes.
Yep, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Morrow.
No.
Commissioner Power.
He made the motion.
He made a motion. He said yes. He made a motion.
All right, let me count. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4 yeses. 1, 2, 3, 4 noes. Chairman, you break the tie.
Oh, sure. It's no for me. It's no.
So the motion fails.
So if someone wants to make a new motion, they can make a new motion.
So I'll make a new motion. I hate structuring this.
You can do it.
My motion is for the approval of the demolition of 116 to 120 West Lexington and the preservation of 207 to 209 Park Avenue. And I guess I don't know how to add to it, but we had discussed a couple of changes or recommendations for the LDA.
114 would be. Did we cover all the addresses? Yeah, 114
What happens to the other property?
would be
I'm sorry,
retained
that-
as well, right?
Well, no, because I think that's all together.
116 through 120 is the singular building.
Show me 114.
Can you go back to the map?
Can you show us 114, please?
That's it. That's it.
That one, right? I want to save it, but it might as well go. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Then,
Okay.
So it's approval of 116 to 120 West Lexington Street and
114.
114 West Lexington Street.
Just for clarification, there's a switch out. So you are proposing to approve demolition of the other one. I'm sorry, to save the other one, but not this one.
Can we
Well-
have a division into two motions
Because
as divided?
I'm looking at the corner property. I'm
Yeah, that corner.
that property, the one that has no windows, that's 116 to 120, correct?
Right, and there's
Yes,
two
ma'am.
properties, there's two properties that flank it, right?
And I like the ones that are flanking because I was looking
Okay.
at just the proposed, like there was a
This is
placeholder.
Oh, let Nicole finish. Let Nicole
Right, so
finish.
then that means you're saving 114 and 20, I'm sorry. and West
207 and
Lexington.
209.
Yeah, and then you're approving demolition of the corner building.
Correct.
Okay,
Okay.
so yeah, that's, okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Battle, are you adding that or want to add that that building should be documented before demolition or not? Staff recommended documentation of the building before demolition. Do you want to keep that aspect?
So
or
I
not?
guess the question is, what does that mean as it relates to documentation?
Thank you. So what it does is.
Excuse me, lady. Stacy, can you take us back to that page?
Yes. There. So So, number A, or letter A, is what I'm asking. It just documents the building for the record prior to the
No, I
demolition.
think, I mean, given what our charge is here, it should be part of the it is part of the
Okay.
recommendation.
So that is the new recommendation, and the new motion is on the floor. Nicole, you gave it. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Clarification,
Yes, sir.
which numbers are we voting on?
We're voting to demo.
Just, are we doing both, or are we
We're
doing?
voting, let me tell you, we're voting to demo 116 through 120 and 114. We are keeping 207 and 209.
And 114.
And 114.
And we keep 114 too? No, I heard her say demo.
No, she changed it.
Oh, never mind. I'm not seconding that.
Well,
So, Nicole, just so I'm clear, 116 through 120, demo. 114, demo. That's what I thought, that's what I heard you said, right. 207, 209, preserve. Okay. That's what it is, Garrett. But,
But with that, I was saying, if we're going to demolish 114, to also, make sure that we are documenting what is being
right, what you said in
demolished and what we're-
A,
right.
yes, okay.
I again would request a division of the two decisions so that we can vote for demolition for the first set and then demolition or not for the second set. Rather than having.
But, well, Garrett, what I will say is, if we had voted for that recommendation right there the first time, all of them were together. This recommendation here, or this motion that's on the floor, is incorporating all the numbers, but all of them some will be demolished, some will stay up. So we're putting in one. Are you recommending we split them?
I would request, I'm not sure about the parliamentary procedure,
Yeah,
that two questions are involved, and we ought to divide the two.
okay.
I will vote differently on the two in order to advance the judgment I made in the first place, that I would vote demolition for all. So I will understand how to vote, and I think everybody will understand how to vote depending upon their preference.
Understood.
I'll be conflicted if they're together.
Right. Eric, are we able to do that, Eric?
Yeah, we have a motion on the floor, but it has not been seconded.
At all.
Commissioner Morrill took that away. So if it's not seconded, then that motion will vacate that motion. And then we'll have one motion from Commissioner Power that says demolition of 116 and 120 West Lexington Street. That's the motion. Correct?
That would satisfy me.
Okay.
Okay.
The second question would then be presented, correct?
Yes. So, Garrett, by all means, you have to put the motion on, if you've already put the motion on the floor.
would you add the documentation of the building before demolition? I just want to make sure that piece gets covered.
I'm willing to have that documentation, recommendation appended to both motions.
Fine, okay. To Garrett's motion, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Please state it, give us the numbers.
Yes.
Everybody,
Garrett, is your motion, I'll allow you to say it if you like. Or I can if you want me to.
I would like the division to be made by the chair.
Yes, sir. The motion on the floor is for the demolition of 116 through 120 West Lexington Street with a focus on making sure that it is documented. Do I have anyone who would like to put that motion forward on the floor?
I will put that motion forward.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Any abstain? Roll call.
All right, so Commissioner Battle,
Approve.
Commissioner Bullock,
Yes.
Commissioner Dennis.
Yes.
Commissioner Good,
Nay.
Commissioner Leon,
Yes.
Commissioner Mandalay,
Yes.
and Commissioner Morrill,
Yes.
Commissioner Power, yes.
Yes.
All right, so we have 7 yeses and 1 no. So it carries.
So the ayes have it for those for 116 through 120. Now we are on to 114. 114, yes, and 207 through 209 Park Avenue. And the motion is to retain those buildings. Am I correct? And for the
Has anybody made a motion?
not yet. I'm just giving clarity for the numbers because we're doing two. And to also do documentation as recommended by the staff in their recommendation. That motion is on the floor. Do I have anyone who would like?
Is that motion for, say what the motion is?
The motion is for 114 and 207 through 209 Park Avenue to not be demolished and to retain.
Here, I'll make a motion to deny the application to demolish 114 and 207 to 209.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstain? We have one abstain.
When we vote, I will I'll vote.
Yes, okay. Roll call.
Hang on.
Right back at Nicole.
Commissioner Bullock.
Abstain. See?
I know, right? Yeah, I mean,
You guys are killing me.
All right, Commissioner Battle.
yes, I know. I'll approve.
What was that?
Approve. I approve. I approve.
Approve the retention.
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Dennis.
Yes.
Commissioner Good.
Yes.
Commissioner Leon.
Is there a time limit? Take your time.
We can do the Jeopardy song. What is that, 15 seconds?
No.
Commissioner Mendeley.
Yes.
Commissioner Morrill.
Yes.
And Commissioner Power.
Abstain.
Let's see what we got going. So we have 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 yeses.
It's a vote.
It's 5 yeses and 2 abstains and 2 noes.
The motion carries. All right. Next on our docket is 2020 West Fayette Street, 2022 West Fayette Street, 2024 West Fayette Street, 105 North Howard Street, and 107 North Howard Street, 5 and Dime Historic District once again. Demolition hearing 2, determination of substantial hardship continued. West Side Partners LLC, staff Stacy Montgomery.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. So this is a continued hearing from the last hearing where we saw demolition hearing 2 for the properties at the corner of Fayette and Howard Street. We were just in this historic district. We're still here. I'm not going to go through the history again, but you can see where we are in this red square. The historic district is outlined in blue. If you're interested in what the purple with the red outline is, those are Baltimore City landmarks. But the red outline is where we are today. Here we are with this shows all the individual properties and an aerial view of the site. Closer aerial view of the site. And the building's labeled just for some context, we are not looking at 101 North Howard Street or 226 West Fayette Street today because the commission already approved the demolition of those buildings. We found those non-contributing back in May, I think. All right. And so here's another street view. This is Howard Street. All right, and these are the buildings that we're looking at. And important to note is that 105 North Howard Street also has a frontage on Fayette Street. You can see the little red arrows that show it's a 4-story building. And we'll talk more about these buildings. But here we are. And these are the rears of the property looking west. What did I get? And this is looking south. All right. So the background, I did, I think we've had some conversation about the West Side MOA and the dissolution of that. And that was a really important process. The West Side MOA only applied to city-owned properties. So we were able to bring into the CHAP review some privately owned properties as well through this process. So that's important to know. Anyway, okay, so recent background. Again, a lot of this is similar to the last one with the exception of where we are this year in 2023. There's a pre-development meeting back in March. In May of 2023, the commission heard demolition hearing 1 for this whole corner and determined that 226 West Fayette Street and 101 North Howard Street did not contribute to the historic district and could be demolished, but did determine that 220, 222, 224 West Fayette Street and 105 to 107 North Howard Street, including the piece that fronts on Fayette Street, did contribute to the historic district. And in July, just last month, the commission reviewed a demolition hearing 2 for the properties that we're looking at today. The commission approved a staff recommendation of disapproval of the request for full demolition since the applicant hadn't demonstrated that it met all 3 criteria for demolition and requested that the applicant returns with plans to retain portions of the historic buildings and more information on the costs of retaining those historic buildings. All right, so the proposal is still to demolish these buildings at the corner of Howard and Fayette Street. That has not changed. And the guidelines are the same that we reviewed for last month and that we just reviewed for the last item. And I know that it is past 4 o'clock and they're the same. If anybody has an objection, is it okay if I do not reread each of the last 3 slides? Okay, thank you. They're here. I will go through them slowly in case somebody wants to read them, but there's no change from the previous presentation. It's the same set of rules. Okay. All right. So just like at the last item, we're going to go through the historic and architectural value and significance. Again, we did look at this last month, so I will not dwell on things that we talked about in more depth last month, but unless I find it to be critical to the decision-making process today. So the buildings are located within the heart of the historic commercial district of Baltimore City. The proximity to Lexington Market, the harbor, the National Road, which was Franklin Street, and later train yards made Howard Street and the surrounding retail district a prime location for the establishment of a wide variety of businesses. The buildings at this corner, at the corner of Howard and Fayette Street, represent some of the oldest buildings in the Five and Dime Historic District. They were constructed in the mid to late 19th century. The 3.5-story and 4-story brick buildings are fine examples of Federal and Italianate row houses that were altered to accommodate commercial uses on the first and second stories. All of the buildings retain significant architectural details that convey their style and period of significance. And here we have a 1901 Sanborn map. You can see the blue outline is the properties in question, and there's some little orange squares over the buildings that we've already approved for demolition. Here we have the 1914 to 1951 Sanborn map showing those buildings. And again, the little orange on top of blue are what we've already approved for demolition. This is a photo from 1963 showing the corner of Howard and Fayette Street. And here's one from 1975. Okay. So we'll talk about each of the buildings specifically. The buildings of these corners, again, they represent some of the oldest remaining buildings in the Five and Dime Historic District. 220 West Fayette Street, which is this building here, is one of the oldest buildings on the site, dating to the mid-19th century. It's a 3.5-story, 3-bay gabled roof brick row house with a storefront that has been somewhat altered, well, largely altered, but we still can see that 3.5-story configuration here. Okay. This is 222 West Fayette Street. It's a 4-story, 3-bay brick row house dating to the mid to late 19th century. The building features a dentiled wood cornice with a band of brick headers and a few courses of, excuse me, below the cornice. And there are some jack arches over the windows and the nice 2nd-story storefront, which was a sort of a typical representation of the transition from really a primarily residential building to when commercial uses started to dominate this area. More older buildings would replace what would have been just single double-hung windows with a storefront. So we see some of these 2nd-story storefronts throughout the retail district. And then this is 224 West Fayette Street. It's a 4-story, 3-bay painted brick row house that also dates the mid to late 19th century. It has a dentiled wood cornice as well and a band below it. And they're all fine examples of this 4-story brick row house form. Okay. And then we have 105 to 107 North Howard Street. They are, it's a group, pair of 4-story, 3-bay brick row houses fronting on North Howard Street. They have dentiled bracketed wood cornices with a narrow 4-story brick building. There's also a building, that fronts on Howard Street, so we'll look at that one as well. The pair of buildings on Howard Street were likely constructed in the 1870s. The 3rd and 4th-story windows have decorative wood lintels and cast iron shells in the middle of them with stone sills. The 2nd-story windows are casement windows with a transom and decorative transom bar and wood sills. The 2nd-story windows on 105 North Howard Street also feature decorative lintels from the upper. Okay. And then this is just a close-up kind of showing some of the details. You can sort of see if this little area, these little shells, the lintels above here. Just sort of interesting detail on these like decorative transom bars here. Just some interesting detailing that is very high. And then we have, this is what for a very short period of time was known as 228 West Fayette Street, but is actually part of 105 North Howard Street here. This is on Fayette Street, but its address is on Howard Street. And it is just a very distinctive building. It's a very tall and narrow 1-bay building that has a tripartite window with simple mullions on the upper stories and a 2nd-story Palladian window with decorative wood lintels over the side of the windows, an inset brick arch over a grouping topped with 3-course brick with a 3-course brick header arch. So the building also has a 3rd-story cornice, which when you look at like the whole of Fayette Street actually lines up with the buildings, the 220 to 224 West Fayette Street because of the incline on Fayette Street there. That cornice is more in line with the other cornices on the building. All right. So the location and visibility of the structures to be demolished. These buildings are located at the northeast corner of North Howard and West Fayette Street and front on these streets. The light rail runs in front of the buildings on North Howard Street. The buildings are highly visible on 2 major thoroughfares in the center of Baltimore City. The block of North Howard Street is highly intact with historic buildings on the whole block. The block of West Fayette Street has seen more alterations, including the demolition of a large bus station to the east of this grouping of buildings and the removal of the upper stories of the corner building at Howard and Fayette Street. So when we looked at that like 70s photo, you could see that this building on the corner was initially 4 stories tall and 2 stories were removed between 1973 and today. But that building was important in supporting this building here to some extent. This building is sticking up a lot. All right. So we also received a report from a structural engineer, and I read a lot of the information from that at the last hearing, but I just wanted to go through it again because I think that that is important, just like the last one. The structural engineer's report is really important to the decision-making process. So the report said, while they had limited access to the interiors of the buildings because of safety concerns, because of the conditions of the building, it was generally observed that the buildings haven't been occupied in many years. In many cases, they were open to the elements, which led to collapsed interior framing, mold, active moisture, and in some cases, the compromised stability of the buildings. The report, just like the other one, was provided to the commission, but here are some key points. 220 and 222 West Fayette Street are visibly leaning to the east with a gap of several inches between the buildings and collapsed interior framing. The engineer described the condition of 220 West Fayette Street, that's the one at the very end, as dire. That's a direct quote from the report. The engineer could not access the interior of 224 West Fayette Street. However, it was observed that the windows on the rear of the building appeared to be missing for a long time, which allowed for significant water infiltration. The engineer stated that 220, 222, and 224 North Howard Street are all connected, and if one is demolished, they should all be demolished. They're all kind of relying on each other. The engineer also had limited access to 105 to 107 North Howard Street. However, the rears of these buildings have started to collapse, leaving the building open to the elements. The engineer recommended demolition of these buildings because of this. The engineer also raised concerns about the structural stability of the portion of 105 North Howard Street that faces Fayette Street because it rises 2 stories above the buildings next to it, and recommended that for demolition. In summary, the engineer stated that structural rehabs and reinforcement will be challenging to design, costly to implement, and dangerous to achieve. Last time, we didn't have these photos, but they did provide some interior photos of the conditions. This is 220 to 224 West Fayette Street. I will say this, the following, sorry, which is it?
No.
Okay. Sorry.
Stand up for a minute.
Okay. So in July of 2023, after the hearing, the applicant submitted a follow-up memo from the structural engineer that placed a greater emphasis on the poor condition of the buildings and the issues with retaining portions of the historic buildings. The memo has been provided to the commissioners, and they made the following additional points. First, the buildings are in very poor condition, and in the engineer's opinion, are not salvageable and are unsafe. They caution against any redevelopment strategy that involves reusing the existing buildings. Secondly, while preserving the facades is theoretically feasible, the cost would be prohibitive. The process of demolishing portions of the building while retaining others presents a safety issue, and any required bracing would cause a disruption to street traffic on Howard and Fayette Streets, and pedestrian use of the sidewalk would inhibit pedestrian use of the sidewalk. So here's some interior photos. These are rear photos of the sort of behind the buildings. Okay. We also, I think we talked about this last time, but I think it is important to go over it again, the citations and violations. The majority of these buildings have a vacant building notice on them. In 2012, one was issued to 220 West Fayette Street. In 2010, one was issued to 224 West Fayette Street. In 2010, it was also issued to 105 North Howard Street. And in 2016, one was issued to 107 North Howard Street. That means that building has been vacant and the vacant building notice hasn't been abated. It does also mean that the city's been inspecting the buildings about 6 times a year with no resolution to the vacant building notice. But the plus side is the buildings do get inspected regularly, but there hasn't been a raise or rehab, or there hasn't been a request for emergency demolition come from any of those inspections. Previous actions by the commission, I think we talked about that in the background, but the only background for these by the commission has been determining that they contributed to the historic district in May, and then the hearing last month where the commission asked the team to come forward with more information. So we'll talk about the hardship application. We looked at this last month, just like the previous property. The applicant is in a land disposition agreement with the BDC, but this is for a larger project bounded by Howard, Fayette, Lexington, and Park. And the applicant, I know there was some interest in learning more about the larger project, and the applicant can discuss that when they speak. And we did look at also the values of the buildings and the current when they were purchased. So the dates, these were all purchased in 2007 and 2008, some for just $5. But the values of them today are shown. None of them, there's the one that's at 220 West Fayette Street is actually the highest valued property. The rest of them are valued below $200,000. So at the July 11th CHAP hearing, the applicant presented estimates for full demolition and full rehabilitation of each building. The applicant submitted a pro forma for full rehabilitation showing the potential income stream from rehabbed buildings along with the total project costs. And again, at this point, I'd encourage the commissioners, just like the last item, I'm not going to share very specific numbers. You have the breakdown of all those costs on the WIC site, and I also made a table for you of all of it. So if you'd like to look at the specific numbers, that is available to you on the WIC site to please look at. The pro forma included funds from historic tax credits. The applicant described it as very ambitious historic tax credits and money from Project Core. Per the applicant's pro forma at that time, the internal rate of return would have been negative 16.79% on the deal, which would be not desirable for funding. Positive IRR would be something. It's not even positive. It's negative 16. So at the July 2023 hearing, the commission asked the applicant to explore retaining portions of the historic building and return to present those options to the commission. The applicant submitted 3 options for retaining portions of the building, and we'll go through those. Those are, and you have all of these options, option 3A, 3B, and 3C, as well as the information submitted last time in that table in the staff report, and also provided to you individually. And I will say they did go building by building in those, so that's important. So this is option 3A, which is retaining portions, the fronts of all the historic buildings. So in option 3A, we retain the front half of each building. The project would not be eligible for historic tax credits because you're cutting off the back half of the building. There would be an additional cost because of the hand demolition and interim stabilization necessary to protect and prepare the remaining building parts for rehabilitation and new construction. The bracing would encroach on the sidewalks and streets and could potentially impact the light rail lines on North Howard Street. The total cost for this option would be over $16 million and would create a negative 23.6 internal rate of return. So highly undesirable to fund. Option 3B is to retain the front facades of each building. This project would, again, not be eligible for historic tax credits. There would be additional costs because of the hand demolition, same thing. The interim stabilization, the bracing, that would also encroach on sidewalks and potentially into Howard Street. The total cost for this option would be over $11 million and would create an IRR of 1.34%, an internal rate of return of 1.34%. Again, not desirable. We're looking above that. All right. So then we have option 3C, which is just to retain the facades of 105 and 107 North Howard Street. This project would not be eligible for historic tax credits. Again, there's additional costs because of the hand demolition and interim stabilization that would be necessary to protect the facades prior to rehab and new construction. The bracing would create the same problems on North Howard Street, and the cost for this option would be over $9 million, which would create a 6.22 internal rate of return percent. Sorry. And again, something that's like reasonable, and the developer may have a different insight into this, but 10% is like, okay. So they're at 6.22. That's not 10. All right, neighborhood comments. So we reached out to the Neighborhood Architectural Review Committee, which is the Market Center CDC, Baltimore Heritage, Downtown Partnership of Baltimore, and several other groups. They were all informed of the proposal. The Market Center CDC didn't provide any formal comments. I believe Baltimore Heritage has comments for the hearing. But the applicant provided 10 letters of support from Councilman Eric Costello, the Baltimore Development Corporation, the Bromo Arts District, the Downtown Partnership of Baltimore, University of Maryland, Baltimore, Crowd Fund, Oakview Group, Everyman Theater, the France Merrick Performing Arts Center, Historic Hippodrome Theater, and Community Wealth Builders. Staff also did receive one letter from Dr. Nicole King asking the commission to disapprove the demolition of this, and I believe she was here. She may speak again, but her letter is provided for you, as well as all the letters recommending approval. They're all available on the WIC site as well. All right, so the analysis and recommendation. The buildings at 220, 222, and 224 West Fayette Street and 105 North Howard Street are contributing buildings to the Five and Dime Historic District. As examples of mid to late 19th century commercial buildings associated with the early history of Baltimore City's commercial district, the buildings are in a prominent location at the intersection of two major streets. The demolition of the buildings on North Howard Street would negatively impact the continuity of historic buildings along a major streetscape. The applicant has provided an engineering report to speak to the present conditions of the building. The properties are suffering from significant deterioration of the interior framing and fenestration. The report does not suggest that the buildings are in danger of collapse, but emphasized that retaining and rehabilitating the historic buildings would be challenging, expensive, and potentially dangerous. Furthermore, bracing historic buildings prior to rehab would be disruptive to the sidewalks and streets. All but one of the buildings has a vacant building notice that has been on the property for many years. The buildings have been inspected regularly, at least 6 times a year, and these regular inspections have not led to an emergency demolition or stabilization by the city. The applicant has provided cost estimates for demolition, for complete stabilization or rehabilitation, and 3 options for partial rehabilitation of the buildings, along with a pro forma for the highest and best use for the buildings for each rehab option. And they went building by building. So you can see in the pro forma, each building is outlined there. The applicant's pro forma included the use of historic tax credits when it would be available and money from Project Core, but their numbers still showed that no matter what option is undertaken, yikes. Okay. We'll just let that pass through everybody. Take a little. Okay.
Normally, I would tell everybody to take their cell phones and go in the hallway, but not today.
Okay. All right, so it still showed that no matter what option is undertaken, there will be a financial hardship for the applicant with poor rates of return on the investment. Option C presents the closest option to something reasonable, but it's still far from that benchmark. The hardship test asked the applicant to demonstrate that the project would be economically infeasible without the allowance of demolition of the structure. The applicant has demonstrated through the pro forma that retaining, stabilizing, and rehabilitating parts or any of the buildings would create a project that would not be attractive to fund. So the staff recommendation is as follows. The staff recommendation is approval of the request for full demolition of the buildings at 220, 222, and 224 West Fayette Street, and careful demolition and salvage of 105 and 107 North Howard Street. As the applicant has demonstrated, they've met the 3 questions outlined in the demolition ordinance. But staff recommends further, just like in the previous one, that the applicant documents the historic buildings prior to demolition, following the standards and guidelines for architectural and historical investigations in Maryland, the documentation of which will be submitted to CHAP prior to demolition, and that the applicant salvages the historic building details, including windowsills, hoods, cornice, and brick that can be reused to reconstruct facades of 105 to 107 North Howard Street and incorporate these rebuilt facades into the new construction. So it's sort of B is kind of a options, or the 3C light, I guess, where I landed. So that's.
Thank you, Stacy. Do we have any questions for Stacy? Yes, ma'am.
For clarity on staff's recommendation, because 105 has the kind of 2 facades, are you saying the Howard Street and the Fayette
No,
Street? You're
just the
saying
buildings on that front on Howard
the
Street.
Howard part of that
Yes,
facade?
yes.
So one of the 2?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So that's 3C is the best example of what that is.
Stacy is the architect here.
The architect and the applicant is here.
Okay.
And the team, so they're can come up.
Sure, by all means, come forth.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm going to keep this brief. I know it's after 4. My name is Chris Janyan with Westside Partners. I stand before you again today to present our thoughts regarding the properties at the corner of Howard and Fayette Streets. We have provided in-depth research, structural reports, cost metrics, and financial feasibility studies on every possible iteration of repurposing these buildings. Last hearing, we presented why the buildings, both individually and together, would not be feasible to be fully redeveloped as they stand. Prior to today's hearing, we've provided structural, architectural, costing, and financial feasibility studies of every option, from partial demo to just keeping the facades to keeping only specific facades. And as you can see in the models provided, none of those options came close to providing a financially viable project. And IRRs right now, even though the 6% is what we showed for option 3C, 10% is not acceptable in this market, 20% is the benchmark. So we are 14% off on the IRR in these market conditions for option 3C. But I want to reiterate our thought process here. We believe that the majority of the historic buildings in the neighborhood that are viable to be repurposed should be, but ones that are in complete disrepair or too costly to repurpose, have small inefficient floor plates, and lack the marketability to future tenants should be replaced by thoughtfully designed buildings and uses that improve the neighborhood and the greater city. We're focusing on filling all of our first floor spaces with interesting local restaurants and retailers that will make this block and the greater arts district surrounding us a cohesive destination for all of Baltimore and beyond. We're planning 2 mixed-income apartment buildings, an art-centric boutique hotel, a future of workspace, and more. And we're working with various tenants and partners to provide necessary service-oriented uses to help turn the Bromo and downtown into a true 15-minute neighborhood. You have heard from staff today that we have met all 3 CHAP guidelines for demolition, but that the 2 facades on Howard Street are important. We want this project to move forward today, and while the staff recommendation to repurpose the facades of these buildings will be expensive and difficult, we will agree to compromise here. It's a compromise that we're going to need help with from CHAP, the city, the state, but it's one we're willing to take on. Historic preservation is expensive, and there won't be any historic tax credits available to help with this, but again, in the interest of compromise, we'd like to accept the staff CHAP's recommendation and continue to work to bring this development to fruition. Thanks for your time and consideration today. Now let's get this project done together so that the entire Five and Dime district and the Bromo can represent the greatness of our city once again.
Chris, thank you, sir. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Chris? Yes, sir.
Long day. Sorry, thank you, Chris. Last time we had, the commission was wondering about seeing a visual maybe of sort of the great effort. And do you have that today, just so they can we can see like, this is one, sort of portion of a parcel, but it's also a greater evolution, it's a greater development. Do you have that are able to share?
So the way that the whole process was set up, and we discussed this with CHAP, with UDAP, was that we go through, unfortunately have to go through demo first. And then once we get that approved, then we can go and present our entire concept for both blocks. And I mean, in both the media and on our websites and project websites, we have the entire vision of what we have previously put out there. And again, the whole North Block has, the historic fabric completely intact. It's these buildings that we've been asked to come forward with, and just specifically these buildings, and focus on during the demolition hearings.
Chris, I have to echo Commissioner Lynn's just question, because I actually was hoping to just see like just a full, I mean, you shared that it's website and it's there, but I thought we was gonna see like a whole vision, unless I'm wrong.
Again, we came forward for the demolition of these specific properties, and it doesn't have anything to do with the North Block of the project. So
okay.
In the next hearing, which would be the master plan of it, that is when we present the entire project. And some of that does depend on what happens now.
Okay.
So,
What's the website you mentioned?
My company website, vitruviusco.com, has the full rendering on it.
So can we pull that up?
Sure.
Pull it up on our units right here, right?
Those 2 can.
Okay. That would be helpful. Yeah. In the midst of staff grabbing the technology and setting up what we can do.
The compass?
Yeah.
What we can do, Chris, we have some folks who want to speak, and we'll gladly bring you back up with any questions.
Sure.
But from public comment, we have 5 people who wrote their names, but only 3 wanted to speak. So we'll go first with Molly Ricks.
Hello again. My name is Molly Ricks. I'm Deputy Director of Baltimore Heritage, and thank you again for being here. This morning, we learned that Compass Development has changed its proposal to include saving a portion of the 2 historic buildings on Howard Street. We applaud this change and think that it will go a long way to saving these 2 historic structures, and also a long way to ensuring that this block of Howard Street retains its important historic character. As with the prior proposal for demolition on Lexington and Park, we do think that it should be standard practice for CHAP to require an independent analysis before approving demolition. And we are still very worried that this part of the project here, which is still mostly demolition, can be financed and completed entirely separately from the work on Lexington Street, where the bulk of the preservation will take place. And that even with best intentions from the development team, we could end up with the preservation project stalled out. So in the end, we think that the proposal is headed in the right direction and could be something that we would support. But right now, without an independent voice advising on the feasibility of various development scenarios, and without really knowing how much of the Howard Street buildings would be preserved, we think CHAP should have this information before making a decision. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Nicole King.
Nicole King, Professor of American Studies at UMBC. While I want this project to be successful and this long vacant block to be active, I see no logical reason to demolish the contributing historic properties on the south side of the block before the north side of the block redevelopment project is even started or fully funded, especially with no real plans presented yet. I'm a social historian, not an architect, nor a developer. However, I spent an extensive amount of time, years of my life, researching the history of this redevelopment of the superblock, going back to the 1970s when the west side of downtown became an urban renewal area. And I know that Baltimore City's urban renewal practices have caused great harm that is ongoing in its Black neighborhoods and parts of its downtown that has served working class Black and immigrant residents who remained in the city when many left for the suburbs. That's why it's called the 5 and Dime Local Historic District, not the big department district. So I want to honor not only the people who built these buildings, but also the many Asian American, Jewish, and Black business owners who served Baltimore's working class consumers in the 5 and Dime district throughout urban renewal, disinvestment, and misguided redevelopment schemes that have led to the superblock properties sitting vacant and deteriorating for so long. These blocks did not become empty on their own. The city used eminent domain and complex land swap agreements to push hardworking people out and bring big developers in. It was the bad policies of Baltimore City and the BDC, as well as developers who took on too much and made promises they could not keep to the public that caused this decay. We should learn from the lessons of the past. Clearing large parcels or superblocks for developers to come in and reimagine massive tracts of land has not worked. In Baltimore history, there are so many broken promises by developers saying all the right things during hearings just like this one, with solid numbers and people to back them up. However, those developers and the people speaking for them and adding up those numbers stand to profit from these developments, sometimes even when they fail. So I ask the developers whose main goal is profit to respect the historic fabric of both sides of this block and to make this part of the city unique. In my experiences, promises that developers make to preservationists and to residents are often not honored, I'm almost through, and profit margins are more important than people. Baltimore deserves better than performative inclusion and broken promises from our city government and the developers they partner with in LDA agreements. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Nicole. Commissioners, before we go into our recommendation, is there any conversation that we'd like to have first? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, Dan, come on up. I forgot you're a part of this too, I'm sorry.
Sorry, no worries. Hello again, Dan Taylor, Managing Director at BDC. Just want to give a little bit of context on our RFPs on these particular properties as well. So in 2007, this is the so-called super block site. That's when the city entered into agreement with Lexington Square Partners to redevelop the entire, I guess we'll call it the 2 block, the north half and the south half of the area. That was a proposal that was entirely new construction with almost no preservation whatsoever. The city terminated that agreement and was mired in a lawsuit that extended for many years. Eventually, that lawsuit was dismissed in July or August of 2015. At the end of August 2015, we released a new RFP for all of these properties. We very clearly set this RFP to not be a super block, and we offered up the properties so that developers could bid on a single property, some of the properties, or all of the properties. It was intended to be a process to maximize the number of feasible proposals that could be done, including the number of feasible proposals that could take on single building rehabilitation. We did, in fact, the only responses that we got were from small developers that were trying to take on small buildings, one small building on Park Avenue, another one on Howard Street just north of the properties that are here. We did advance one of those. The other one we were not able to ultimately agree with. So we considered that RFP a failure, right? These happen. We did a second RFP in 2017, this time only for the Brager Gutman building. You can actually see it in the rendering right here. It's at the far end. It's the white building down in the background. And the philosophy at the time was we had offered up all of these properties for people to try to take on, and it may have been too big of an ask for even the small guys to jump into the middle of this block to try and do it. And so we tried to build off the success that we were having on the block that we were just talking about previously and bring people down the block that way. We did enter into negotiations with someone for that building, but that deal ultimately fell through. We then reissued again in 2019. That is the RFP that led to the current project that we were talking about. This time we issued the site in assemblages. So again, it was not an offer for you have to take the whole block, but we started to group them based on what seemed like rational development chunks of kind of small to medium scale that the developers could take on. I believe we had 6 assemblages. We actually issued as 2 RFPs, a North Block RFP and a South Block RFP. The properties we're talking about today were in the South Block RFP. They were all part of a single assemblage. There were 2 other assemblages immediately to the north, the Pickwick Theater and the Howard's Furniture Building, again, to try to encourage smaller developers to get opportunity to preserve and rehabilitate some of these buildings. At no time in any of the RFPs after including the Lexington Square Partners, has anyone bid on the Fayette Street properties at all, and there have been no proposals for any rehabilitation of those properties. That would be 4 RFPs if you count the original super block deal. I don't know what the nature of that offering was, but 3 since, again, I started in 2013, so there have been 3 since 2013 for properties within the super block. So-called super block.
Cool. Thank you.
Good question.
Yes.
When you sectioned off the assemblages, were they all just sort of like, here's a grouping of buildings that are attached together in one little pod, and here's a little group, here's a little group? Is that how it was done?
No, so what we did is we tried to look at, yes, where they attach, but also where buildings, like things like floor plates lined up, and where uses seem to potentially make sense. So for example, I believe we had Reed's in an assemblage with the building just to the right and just to the left of it, because Reed's, we have the same kind of L-shaped situation that we're talking about here. So Reed,
Generally, they're attached.
Yeah.
There wasn't a time when you grouped them where it's like 2 or 3 properties here's one group. 2 or 3 here's one group. They were always conglomerate.
Yeah, so all of the North Block is attached. All those buildings exist. There are no kind of missing teeth there. So no matter how we sliced and diced them, there was always an attachment on the North Block.
My point is that initially, already at the very beginning of the project, the way that you grouped it almost suggests almost sets up the fact that you will have to demo and build bigger buildings. Do you see my point? it's just a comment. You don't need to do anything about it. I'm just pointing out that probably if there was an effort to want to save certain buildings and certain size, like, there would have been a different way to just deconstruct the packages.
Yeah, so
But it was set up for this to happen.
Well, on the south side of the block, which is where we're talking, we had 3 assemblages. One was the Pickwick Theater, which is a building all on its own. It was designed to be offered for rehabilitation.
Sure.
The next one was Howard's Furniture, which is basically a 2-building assemblage that was offered all on its own, again, really designed for rehabilitation of that building. The third assemblage on the south side of the block was a vacant lot and the non-contributing and contributing properties. So there were 3 assemblages on the south side, and all the ones we're talking about were part of a single assemblage.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Dan? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. For a conversation before we put any motion on the floor, commissioners' thoughts.
I always
Catherine?
have thoughts.
Okay.
I appreciate the efforts of the applicant to go through the level of documentation of the various efforts. That was definitely something that I think was a big question for us last time. So I know it's a bit of an effort to pull that together. So thank you for doing that. And also for coming forth and being willing to work with the current recommendation by staff. So I think that's great. And part of our whole directive is preservation, but also working together to make projects happen. And I think this one is working towards that, in my opinion.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. Similar to the other project, I think, again, I have 2 hats. I think architecturally, I think obviously, looking at the buildings separately, autonomously, there's nothing to say you can't redevelop them in a certain way. But again, the economics of it all is, put that aside for a moment. And the developer side of me says, the sort of the setup, I guess, was always kind of in a way where, unless someone's going to be able to break up into like 4 or 5 different little projects in there as one entity, you're always going to be looking at a big building. And I think if you're even to the point where you're picking and choosing facades and picking and choosing certain parts of the project, I think is also just, a bit of sort of bastardizing the historic sense of the buildings in my general sense. So just like I said last time, it's either all or nothing, in my opinion. I think if you drag along these 2 facades, a few facades, they're going to be patches on a jacket, kind of thing, and I feel like if you're going to save them, you're going to save them all the way through. You're going to save the structure, and you're going to redevelop the sites separately, autonomously, and, there could be new construction along with additional, renovations of additions and buildings, but it's not looking like it's going that direction. So if it's a big building, my vote, again, kind of similar to the last one I was trying to propose, is, again, just if you're going to do a big building, do a big building. All the buildings go, and it is what it is at this point. And unless someone comes in and says, I'd rather develop each of these buildings separately as they've been designed and historically, I think, again, just salvaging a facade here and there is already jeopardizing the historic nature of the building, in my opinion. And that's just me. I'm just one person on this panel. So I would probably vote against the recommendation, and if a potential motion would be put on the table, it would just be to just demolish all. Again, I think dragging a couple of facades into the design process, I think it's going into new architecture that I don't think many people would get behind, in my opinion. So that's where I stand.
Gotcha. Anyone else? Okay, commissioners. With our recommendation, I would read it all. I'm gonna give you all a couple of, I'll just go ahead and read. Staff recommendation: approve of the request for full demolition for the buildings at 2020 2022, 2024 West Fair Street, and careful demolition and salvage of 105 through 107 North Howard Street, as the applicant has demonstrated that. You see the ones on 1, 2, and 3, demolition will be without substantial detriment to the public welfare. The demolition will be without substantial derogation from the intents and purposes of the CHAP ordinance, and the denial of demolition permit will result in substantial hardship to the applicant. Staff recommends the approval to be subject to the following requirements: that the applicant documents the historic buildings prior to demolition following the standards and guidelines for architectural and historical investigations in Maryland, the documentation of which will be submitted to CHAP prior to demolition, and that the applicant salvages the historic building details, including the windows, steels, hoods, cornice, and brick that can be reused to reconstruct the facades of 105 through 107 North Howard Street and incorporate these rebuilt facades into the new construction. Who would like to put the motion forward?
I would like to put the motion forth as approval of staff's recommendation with one clarification that the 105 building, it's only the Howard Street elevation, not the Fayette Street elevation.
Yeah, is everyone in agreement with that? Do I have a second for that motion?
Someone has to do something, guys.
Now, if there's a disagreement, if there's a disagreement to the addition to that motion, please feel free to share.
There wasn't any discussion either, so.
I would think the motion has been staff reported, been thoughtfully conceived, and not modify it.
Okay.
I'm not modifying it. I'm just clarifying what Stacy said, which is it's only the Howard Street facade. Correct.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All abstain?
Abstain.
All opposed?
No.
Okay, roll call.
All right, Battle.
Abstain.
Bullock.
Yes.
Dennis.
Yes.
Good.
Made the motion.
Leon.
Abstain.
Mendeley.
Yes.
Morrill.
No.
And Power.
Yes.
All right, so let me count up here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yeses, 1 no, and 2 abstentions.
The yeses have it.
The yeses have it.
Finally, Stacy, if you would come up, please. So, how fitting it was that you did the last two topics on our agenda today. We know that you are moving on to doing other historic, amazing things, but we would be remiss without giving you the floor to give you an opportunity on record for you to say your goodbye to us. Yes.
Well, thanks. It's a tough goodbye. I've been here for a while, and I don't know, it's a new thing. So we'll see how everything goes. But thanks to everybody for, it's been, we've gotten through and, lots of new commissioners and lots of different projects. So I wish everybody good luck with, I know there's a lot more challenges ahead. And I think, this district in particular has presented some great opportunities and some great challenges. So I think there's probably more of that ahead, and help all of our other CHAP staff people, get through it, because it's there's good stuff happening. It just needs, some time.
Well, Stacy, if I may, for being a new commissioner myself, you have been a godsend. Thank you so much for your energy and, most importantly, your knowledge. It has been without bounds. There will never be another. So don't even think that nobody can replace you, but you are one of the greatest. So thank you so much. You're welcome. You're welcome. So, yes, sir.
Lauren, do you want to just tell the commission about what's happening Thursday evening?
Well, I did invite the commissioners.
Okay.
To Stacy's.
Come on up.
Okay. she'll agree that she'll.
Just stay back.
I don't know. I mean, I know she signed a contract, whatever.
That's cool. Well, great. No, thanks for sharing that.
Yeah.
Well, let's do this. First, is there any old business? Any new business, which we just discussed? Yes.
There's a couple of things I would like for us to consider maybe in the future to discuss. One is the African-American pool over at Druid Hill Park. Something I would like for us to look at.
Yes, ma'am.
And then there's also, hold on, I wrote it.
Take your
down
time.
Because I forget stuff.
Take your time.
Also, this might be a committee item, but maybe a resource guide for homeowners in CHAP communities who are wanting to do renovations on their homes, but just don't
Great
know
idea.
where to go.
Great idea. Great idea. Great. Thank you,
all I have.
Nicole. I appreciate that. We'll put that on our discussion for next time. Yes, sir.
I can give you a little update. The Afro-American pool, that's the Joyce Scott art. She did some art around there. That's being restored by the BMA.
Wait a minute, is this the one that's in the back of Druid Hill Park?
Yeah, and it has the
Okay.
lawn in there.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then
yeah,
there's still
yeah.
all the painting around there.
Right.
That was sort of a public art statement by MacArthur Fellow Joyce Scott, and she's working now with the BMA and of course Rec and Parks to do a restoration of that work and to reestablish it and reinterpret that. So things are going on there, and that should be done hopefully by next year. They're gonna have a retrospective on Miss Scott's work next year at the BMA or the year after.
That's interesting, thank you. I didn't know that.
I call this, I'm sorry, you have another?
Oh, I just gonna say, I just want to make sure everyone saw my email about some of the preservation training opportunities. I know I've had various conversations with different people, so I'm just trying to share some of that in case somebody wants to go through it. It's by no means a statement on anybody's qualifications, but I think some of those trainings may be really helpful for some.
Okay, great. I call this meeting to adjourn this meeting 5:16 p.m. All right.